Macy, who's it? Who's it, Macy? You must come and sit here. No, no, she picture when we start, so that you can send it to, and then you take the pic to, you send it to Wisani so that he can post it on all these platforms. All right, good morning. I think we can start. If we can just take our seats, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Quite a few familiar faces in the audience this morning. Good morning and welcome to you all. I would like to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to the first day of the South African Human Rights Commission's inquiry into the state of service delivery within local government in the Free State Province. The inquiry will be taking place over a period of 4 days, commencing from today until Thursday, the 28th of March. During the 4 days, we shall be receiving submissions from several stakeholders, both state and non-state actors, to enable the Commission at the end of this process to make findings, recommendations and directives aimed at addressing the identified service delivery challenges at local government level in the Free State Province. Now, just to provide you with a short background, it cannot be emphasized enough that local government is an essential sphere of government that is charged with ensuring access to basic services such as water, sanitation, refuse removal, and electricity to communities. The delivery of these services invariably means the advancement and realization of human rights as captured in the Bill of Rights, over which the Commission is mandated to play an oversight function. By delivering basic services, local government is expected to ensure the well-being of communities and enable people to live a dignified life. It has been said that local government is one of the most important custodians of socio-economic rights of the South African people. Local government is, as you know, at the coalface of service delivery and an important enabler of, among others, economic growth, ensuring equality and redressing poverty. All of the spheres of government, local government impacts most directly on the lives of people. However, ladies and gentlemen, despite the central and fundamental role played by the local sphere of government in actualizing the progressive realization of socio-economic rights, this sphere is beset by some measure of dysfunctionality in its state of affairs. According to the State of Local Government report by the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, out of the 257 municipalities, 66 municipalities have been identified as dysfunctional, with the Free State Province having 11 municipalities classified as dysfunctional. Later today, we will be getting a presentation from the Auditor General. South Africa, the provincial head is in attendance, and I'm sure a more updated statistics will be provided to us in this regard. Testament to the fact that challenges exist within the local government sphere, particularly in the Free State Province, The Commission has over the years received and investigated service delivery complaints against various local municipalities in the Free State. The issues raised in the various complaints include the failure by municipalities to provide water and housing, sewage spillages, sewage treatment challenges, non-collection of refuse, potholes on the roads, and persistent challenges of the usage of the bucket toilet system. Now, according to the MFMA 2021-22 report of the Auditor General, sister Chapter 9 institution, for the 6th consecutive year, this is a bit old news, it will be updated today, Mr. Jenkelson. For the 6th consecutive year, the Free State Province did not have a municipality that achieved a clean audit. The Auditor General has called for a culture shift in the Free State Province, and the culture shift from unaccountability to accountability, from weak or poor oversight to a culture of strong consequence management to root out incompetence and malfeasance. In the same report, the Auditor General observed how some municipalities in the province, such as Ngwate, Ditlabeng, Litsemeng, used grant money to fund their operations because of their cash flow constraints. The Auditor General also lamented how municipalities paid insufficient attention to the repair and maintenance of infrastructure, with only 2% of the value of assets being set aside for the repair and maintenance of the said assets. The purpose of the inquiry, what is the reason for us being here today? Guided by our constitutional mandate in terms of Section 184 of the Constitution to monitor and assess the observance of human rights in South Africa, with a view to taking steps to secure appropriate redress where human rights have been violated, as well as its statutory mandate of conducting investigations in terms of Section 15, the Commission has decided to convene this inquiry to address the challenges I have outlined earlier. I can perhaps just indicate at this stage that the Commission has already conducted 3 other local government service delivery inquiries in other provinces. Those provinces are Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and KwaZulu-Natal. So Free State is fourth, and I think it's extremely an opportune time. It's a relevant time. It's an appropriate time to conduct this inquiry. The inquiry broadly seeks to investigate the state of service delivery at local government level in the Free State Province at a systemic level. Specifically, the inquiry will investigate the following: the extent of the challenges experienced by the communities in the Free State relating to the provision of basic services at local government level. The experiences by the communities relating to the provision of basic services. I want to emphasize that. The systemic nature of the violations. The adequacy of measures put in place to address the challenges experienced, and the adequacy of short, medium, and long-term plans to address challenges experienced by the communities relating to IDPs and related projects. The composition of the panel. My name is Henk Boshoff. I am a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. I am also responsible for socio-economic rights with specific focus on water, sanitation, and health. And I will be the chairperson of the inquiry, and I'm being assisted by the following panel members. On my right, Mr. Tunoko Modise, he's the acting provincial manager in the Free State office. On my far left is Mr. Thabo Mpore, he's the acting senior legal officer at the Free State Provincial Office. And sitting next to me is Ms. Naledi Morojele. She is a senior monitoring officer in the Free State Provincial Office. The procedure of the inquiry today, the inquiry process is inquisitorial. I want to emphasize that is inquisitorial in nature as opposed to being accusatorial. So we will be receiving information, we will also be engaging the municipalities, and after that, the process of developing findings, recommendations, and issuing those recommendations will then transpire. All the respondents or interested parties will present their oral evidence under oath or affirmation. Each respondent or interested party appearing before the inquiry panel will have an opportunity to briefly make its oral submission to the panel in terms of the issues, questions set out in the notice to appear. Thereafter, the panel will pose question to the panelists if required. Ladies and gentlemen, now that I've briefly set out the purpose and procedure of the inquiry, could we then start with the business of the day and move to the program? We will immediately start with requesting the witnesses, and how we determine the witnesses. I just need to indicate that there wasn't any favoritism in identifying any of the witnesses here. All these people whose names appear on the program are complainants. They lodged formal complaints with the South African Human Rights Commission, and based on the complaints that were received, these 6 complainants were invited to come and make presentations to this inquiry today. Some of we've gone through the complaints. Some of them are extremely comprehensive and deal with all the municipalities in the Free State province. You have all been allocated about 20 minutes or so, but if you exceed the time limit by a couple of minutes, I will allow that, because we understand the seriousness of these complaints. So first on the program is Mr. Roy Jenkelson. He is the provincial leader of the Democratic Alliance in the Free State province. Mr. Jenkelson, if I may request that you just take your seat over here and then just address the inquiry as he arrived. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Jenkelson. When you're ready, you can address the inquiry. Apologies. I was reminded. Mr. Jenkelson, for purpose of the record, can you just state your name?
Roy Jenkelson.
Thank you very much. Would you prefer the oath or affirmation?
An oath.
Oath. Please raise your right hand and say, I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkelson. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Boshoff, and the members of our provincial team for the opportunity to present our evidence to the Human Rights Commission this morning. As you know, there are various rights in our Constitution, and the socio-economic rights which you mentioned are important, and especially the progressive realization of these socio-economic rights. But human rights, in essence, swirl around water, because you cannot eat or drink the other rights, but without water, no living thing on this planet can survive. And that is why we are focused specifically on the water issues in the Free State. And I just want to start off by indicating that the Human Rights Commission itself in documents indicates what these rights regarding water should imply across the country, but specifically in the Free State, and that is 6,000 liters of free water per day, 200 meters from a residence or a stand. A toilet or ventilated pit latrine that is safely, reliable, and environmentally sound, and no consumer should be without water for 7 days. And in my evidence, I'm going to talk specifically to these issues as well. But I want to quote also what the Constitution says in the Bill of Rights, that everyone has a right to access to sufficient food and water. And as far as water is concerned, our municipalities and state institutions are specifically responsible for that, more so than food and other rights. And as I said, one cannot live without water. I also just want to start off by talking about some of the issues that relate to water which are problematic. And the Commissioner mentioned some of the issues relating to the financial management of municipalities, and I know that there are institutions that will be dealing with the reports. The Auditor General is here, so I'm not going to go into detail regarding that. But what is of concern is when the Commissioner mentioned that 11 of our municipalities, which is more than half in the Free State, are dysfunctional, which means they're not able to deliver the services which they are mandated to deliver. There are serious problems relating to financial management. Money owed by municipalities is over 20 billion rand, of which about 18 billion, and this is a 2022 report, and I want to just mention, because I am under oath, that I'm referring to documents which I have sourced in my presentation, the physical document to you. 35% of this is for water services, and a lot of it is owed to bulk service providers who supply water to municipalities. And then we also have a problem with losses of water due to aging infrastructure and the lack of infrastructure in municipalities. If I can refer to Mangaung, it has been mentioned that 488,000 rand of purified water is lost per day. And over the last decade, it's almost 2 billion, about 1.8 billion rand of water losses. This is 39% of the purified water against a national average of 19%. Water losses in Machobeng are about 323 million rand a year. So municipalities are losing a lot of water as a result of aging and poor infrastructure which should be maintained. There is a problem with consequence management in the Free State, and this relates to the finances of the province, and there's also problems which are referred to in my physical presentation regarding corruption, and specifically water mafias operating in the Free State. And this also comes back to the consequence management also comes back to accountability, that our impacts in municipalities are not functioning effectively, and those democratic institutions that are meant to ensure that municipalities function effectively are not doing their work in our municipalities. Now, in my presentation, I'm going to look at various dimensions that are affected by what I'll call water insecurity in our municipalities in the Free State. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development mentions various dimensions. I'm going to start with the first one, which is the economic dimension, and we know that everyone has a right in the country, in terms of the Bill of Rights, to carry out the trade of their choosing, but this is seriously stifled in municipalities where there is very little economic development taking place. And if there aren't decent services such as water and other services, you're not going to get that economic development into those municipalities, because most businesses depend on water for them to function effectively. Now, if I can use an example, the Special Economic Zone in Maluti-Apofung complains regularly to the Free State Legislature that basic services such as water and sanitation are stifling investment into that zone, which at this stage is the only special economic zone in the Free State. And this is affecting unemployment. The unemployment in the province is increasing dramatically. We have 62% of our people living in poverty, 1 million people on social grants, and social grants are important. It's important to have that safety net in society, but we would prefer our people to be in employment, and it is being stifled in the province as a result of the lack of the ability of municipalities to deliver safe and reliable sources of water. Then there's the environmental dimension, and one just has to look at the blue and green dot reports to realize how this impacts on the province and the dimension of this. I'm going to talk to some practical issues around this. 3 out of 19 municipalities in the Free State have drinking water that complies with minimum biological standards, and last year we also saw the outbreak of cholera in Ngwati municipality, which is very serious, and that water is tested by NGOs as well, and they confirmed that the Vaal River in fact does have cholera in it. Our inability of municipalities to manage sanitation and their sewage system means that, and I'm going to use the term most of our sewage in the Free State is not treated. It's running into open spaces. In some places, it's running through the streets. It's running through people's yards, and it eventually ends up in our rivers and streams. Commissioner, last week I was at Harib Dam, and the same there, that the sewage is running into wetlands. But what is very sad about Harib Dam is that it's sitting on the biggest dam in South Africa, and most of the residents there don't have water. But also Siyakwiflay at Meermal, which is a Ramsar heritage site, where almost all of Meermal sewage is running into that heritage site, which should be a tourist attraction, and we have an international responsibility to ensure that that is managed correctly. We are also convening SADC protocols, because when our sewage runs into international rivers that form boundaries, for example, the Caledon River in the Free State into the Orange River eventually, then we are also transgressing these protocols, which also has an international impact, because Southern African countries have a responsibility to their neighbors to ensure that we do not pollute international rivers. And we are, in fact, doing this across the Free State. There's also, Commissioner, a political dimension to this. And people in our society have a right to a safe environment, a secure environment. And unfortunately, the protests that we see across the province, many of which are the result of water and the lack of water, are also impacting on local residents' rights. So the protests are about rights, and many residents support, in principle, the people's right to protest. But during these protests, a lot of property is damaged, and it does impact on other residents, and eventually also has an economic impact, because when property is damaged, it it impacts economically on people as well. Then we have the aspect of corruption. I spoke about water mafias, and this has been mentioned by some of the officials in municipalities that people are running businesses on water, trucking water to various communities. In some instances, like Maluti Apofung, there are allegations that people were paid to transport water, but this was never done. In other municipalities, there's sabotage, and we've even had the mayor of Ngwate talking about sabotage. In Ditlabeng, we've had social media posts by the municipality indicating that the reason why people don't have water is because of sabotage. And I think that a lot of the sabotage is to facilitate the trucking of water to various communities. So corruption remains an issue, and there are various organizations which I've mentioned in my report relating to these corrupt activities. And then, of course, the old thing of cadre deployment, that when people are employed on a political basis into municipalities, they're not there because of the skills that they bring and the way that they can benefit, but they report to the political party that deployed them, and this obviously has an impact on the ability of municipalities on a technical level and a financially technical level to actually manage the resources at their disposal. The security dimension I mentioned, between March 2021 and June 2023, there were 205 service delivery protests in the Free State. 69 of them relate to water. And then there's also the societal dimension. The fact that our municipalities are not able to deliver water also impacts on our schools, hospitals, and clinics. And we get a lot of reports of clinics that don't have water. I was in Botshabelo 2 weeks ago, and one of the clinics there also said they don't have water in their clinic. There are times when our hospitals are struggling with water, and a lot of our households are informal. And even on Human Rights Day, Commissioner, I was in Botshabelo where there was an informal settlement, where there was a tap for a number of houses outside the residence, but on the day that I was there, I opened the tap and there was no water running from that tap. And we do have heat wave in the Free State, so it impacts on the lives of those people. And not one of those informal houses in the area had access to sanitation. There was no sanitation there at all. So not a single pit latrine, not a single ventilated toilet. But across the province, we also still have the problem of pit latrines. Now, this does impact on people's right to dignity and on individuals personally. And I think this is what we must take note of, and I'd like to bring your attention. That research that has been carried out indicates that when people experience this, coupled with unemployment, it has financial difficulties for families, increases poverty and debt, homelessness. It causes family tensions and breakdowns. People feel alienation and stigma, increased social isolation. It has an impact on crime in the community because of the unemployment that people experience. It has an impact on people's confidence and self-esteem. This is all related to that dignity of individuals. It impacts on people's ability to obtain education and skills. And I visited various towns across the province. An example is in Wynberg, where the schools have to close early because they don't have water. So the school there closes at 11 o'clock because after that they don't have water, and it has a huge problem for them regarding sanitation and other things. And the school hostel there, the kids actually have to go with buckets and go and fetch water elsewhere and bring it to the hostel just to wash themselves and to flush toilets. Commissioner, we're not just here to complain, but also to give examples and to try and offer some solutions to the problem as well. But I just want to mention some other places that I have visited. Mwate in Parys, which is on the Vaal River, where people sit without water for days at a time, and I mentioned the cholera there. Mashayeng, Fariesburg, where the sewage there is a sewage plant, but it's not functioning. The municipality doesn't have the capacity to utilize it, and that sewage ends up in the Caledon River. Harik Dam, which I mentioned, Machabeng, where I actually visited residents' houses, where in their yards it was up to your ankles in sewage water. And the sewage was actually coming out of their toilets and running through their houses at times. And almost all of Machabeng sewage runs into the Sand River. And that Sand River is an irrigation area for farmers as well. So not only the community, but also our food is being polluted as a result of this, but also other areas where irrigation takes place. And I'm very concerned that the Katsi Dam is closing at the end of the year for renovations, and we are in a severe drought and a heat wave, and our dams and streams do not have the water levels where they should be. And when the Katsi Dam closes towards the end of the year, the Free State is going to be impacted severely. So if we think we already have problems in many of our municipalities, it's going to be exacerbated when the water actually stops from Lesotho. And then I don't even want to think of the economic impact it's going to have on Gauteng province, which is our economic heartland. Commissioner, just in closing, we do have some solutions which we feel will assist. Firstly is the abandoning of any ideologically based policies that influence the independent appointment of officials. Appointment of officials must be based on their skills and the services that they're able to provide. We have to prioritize investment in water reticulation and sanitation infrastructure, and the money allocated to this must be spent on that. We cannot use it for operational costs or salaries. And when I was at Garib Dam last week, people were saying that they're willing to pay for water, and they want to. But because of the debt, which is over 600 million of Kopanong to Bloem Water, they're only receiving 30%. But because most of the town is uphill, there's not enough water pressure to give them water. It cannot be that residents are even willing to pay for water and are paying for water. They complain that when they open the taps, air comes out and it's metered. So they're paying for air and not for water. It cannot be that people are paying and willing to pay and they're not getting water when they're next to one of the biggest water resources in the country. Very important is we need more effective oversight. Our democratic institutions, councils, the provincial legislature need to be taken seriously. The resolutions of those institutions need to be implemented and not ignored by municipalities. And there must be some sort of consequence management within municipalities when this doesn't take place. And also the implementation of existing legislation relating to water and the environment. We need to implement that rigorously and also hold people accountable in municipalities, those senior officials who are responsible for this. And then just at a local level and a household level, we also need to educate end users on the efficient and effective use of water. We need to tell people water is a scarce resource. And during these times, you cannot be outside necessarily washing cars and watering lawns when we have a serious water scarcity in the Free State and currently in a drought. But again, there's not the communication, and that's the last thing. We need to communicate with residents. There needs to be communication from municipalities to residents, and that will also assist with the service delivery protests, because a lot of these protests take place because people don't know what's happening. They don't get communication from the municipality to tell them exactly what the situation is. And I think people in the Free State are losing hope, unfortunately, with our democratic institutions to serve them. And I don't have to explain to the Human Rights Commission, Commissioner Boshoff, what the impact of that is when people start losing confidence in those democratic institutions, in our democracy, and ultimately in our Constitution, and the ability of the Bill of Rights in the Constitution to protect them. Thank you very much for the opportunity which you've given me, and I'm sure that some of the other people presenting will, from different areas, give more practical examples.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Jenkelson. We have received your written representation, and we will obviously take our findings also out of the written representation. Thank you for also making the presentation today. May I check with the panelists? Any questions for Dr. Jenkelson? Covered? No, lady? Yes, PM?
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Jenkelson, in your presentation, we did not hear anything about the quality of personnel, skills within municipalities. And my concern is just to get your insight. Do you believe that some of these challenges that we're experiencing, it is as a result of, lack of qualified people, in key strategic positions in municipalities? Thank you.
Just one thing from me. I've read in the media, national media, over the last couple of months about these. What do you call it here? The water mafias. And I recently had I recently had a couple of media interviews, and I was asked by the journalists, but who is behind these mafias? And I could only rely on the media reports to say, well, there were recent reports about water mafias in KZN, and you have referred to one in Maluti Apofung. Do you have more information for us on the so-called water mafias?
Thank you for those questions. I'm going to deal with the first one. I did mention the impact of cadre deployment in our municipalities, and I think that is one of the main reasons, Mr. Modise, why we don't have the necessary skills, because people are appointed on a political basis, not because they necessarily have the skills and are qualified to do those jobs. And we have a huge skills deficit within our municipalities across the Free State. And I think if we were to mitigate that and appoint people with the necessary technical skills, not only in terms of the infrastructure, but also those chemical engineers who can manage our water treatment plants, and then also financial management skills are also very important in our municipalities. And if people were able to, if we could appoint people with those necessary skills, we could improve the situation dramatically, and I think very fast. But unfortunately, as long as we have this policy in place by our government, it's not going to improve. We need to get rid of that ideologically based policy and replace it with the people with necessary, but also to ensure that our municipalities and our administrations are independent from politics. That's the most important aspect, that when people are in those jobs, they mustn't be taking instructions from politicians. They must be allowed to do their jobs, and the politician's job is to hold them accountable for doing those jobs. So I think if we can do that, it's going to assist tremendously. Commissioner Boshoff, in my research, I picked up the issues in Maluti Apofung, but on the ground, I've picked it up in various other municipalities, in Mokaka and various other municipalities. But if one goes and asks on the ground where these water tankers are delivering, you'll find the anecdotal evidence. I only use that in my report because that's the one that I can reference. I don't want to use anecdotal evidence from the ground because obviously these are criminal activities. It's a water mafia operating, and you yourself are going to find it difficult for people on the record to come and give you evidence and affidavits relating to this, because it is a criminal activity, and we know that where people speak out, their lives are in danger as well, like with any mafia or criminal syndicate. So these are syndicated, and it's a result of, I think, to a degree, the corruption that is siphoned into municipalities as a result of the cadre deployment policy, the relationships that are built up between officials and the so-called service providers, I'll put it like that. And our people on the ground are the ones whose human rights are being impacted on because of this. But there is across the Free State, and I picked it up even with my, dealing with the Vrede Dairy project, where I also gave evidence in the Zondo Commission, and I mentioned there that there is an atmosphere of fear in the Free State. People are afraid to talk out. So when it comes to criminal activities, corruption, you're going to find it difficult to find witnesses who are willing to speak out. And you'll recall Moses Chake in the Department of Agriculture in the Free State, who worked in the finances, who was kidnapped and tortured and murdered, allegedly as a result of the questions he was asking around that Vrede Dairy project. And that's the type of fear that people have in our administrations at provincial and municipal levels. And it's going to be difficult to stop, but I think the answer lies in the question of Mr. Modise, to professionalize our administrations.
Follow-up question, Mr. Modise.
Thank you, Doctor. There's just something else on your response and what Commissioner Boshoff asked you. You spoke about water mafias. Would we be correct to say, in our inspections, as we do investigations, we normally see, infrastructure sabotage, in many municipalities where we do our investigations. Would the extent of these mafias also, be seen in or be covered also in construction, where you find, your manholes have been, objects have been thrown in those things in several municipalities that we have, visited to do inspections. And that's our team, within the province, when we go and get, complaints, we go and do inspections. And sometimes when we meet, with, personnel from municipalities, we find that, the explanations that we get, and as we go to these places, you'll find that there are objects, foreign objects that are thrown in these things. Would you attribute that to some extent to this, not only water, but, also construction mafias? Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Jenkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Modise, for that question. I think definitely there is sabotage relating to this, because if our systems are functioning effectively, then we don't need all these water tankers to travel and deliver water to various towns at a huge cost to the municipalities and I think our National Department of Water and Sanitation. We have had instances in Dihlabeng where the tap was closed and broken off so that the municipality struggled to actually fix it. And you'll find a lot of this takes place over public holidays to create a sense of urgency, so that the municipalities are put under pressure by residents and they have to then go and appoint people to deliver water to residents. But it also has to do with the infrastructure as well, that infrastructure is deliberately damaged, but I don't think it's even necessary to deliberately damage it, because a lot of our infrastructure is aging and in an advanced state of decay. But there is a competition between the various companies that are involved and the individuals involved in this, and that's where I think the mafias come in. So the water mafias are also linked to and I think the construction mafias are well known in South Africa, are also linked to those criminal activities. And then there's also a political dimension. that we have a situation in the Free State where within the governing parties we have various factions. And these factions are also competing to get their hands on those resources. So that's a culture that has developed within our municipalities and within our provincial administration. So when one faction is out of favor, they will deliberately sabotage the other faction. Also to put pressure on them, because when people don't have water, if you sabotage water resources, you will have a protest and you will have unrest, and it will destabilize that specific faction who are in government. So there's also, besides the criminal dimension, there's also the political dimension to this. And the best thing is to educate our public so that they can hold politicians accountable. And I think that's the long-term solution to that.
Right, thank you so much, Dr. Jenkelson. Thank you also for a very comprehensive complaint that you lodged with the South African Human Rights Commission, and also the presentation this morning. We do appreciate it as the Human Rights Commission. You are released, but you are welcome to stay for the remainder of the day if you want to, and to follow proceedings. Thank you, Dr. Jenkelson.
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff, and the other panelists, and I'll definitely stay to listen to the interesting presentations.
Thank you.
And thank you for the initiative.
Thank you. Right, our next witness. Can I just check, is Mr. Mpo Ramatlama in attendance? He's from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Not here yet. Anyone from EFF? Okay, I'm sure they're on their way. We did receive confirmation that he will be in attendance. We will now move on to the next witness, and he is Mr. Mukeki. He's from the Lejweleputswa district. Mr. Mukeki? Good morning, Mr. Mukeki.
Good morning, Commissioner.
As indicated earlier, it will be expected of you to present your evidence under oath or affirmation.
Under oath.
Okay, but can we just, for the record, just state your name, please, your full name?
My name is Raza Mukeki.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mukeki, you've indicated that you prefer the oath?
Yes.
Okay. Please raise your right hand and say after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth, rather,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
nothing but the truth,
nothing but the truth,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukeki.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Mukeki, you also lodged a complaint with the South African Human Rights Commission. I was told that you also represent various people, community members.
Yes.
Can you just elaborate on that?
Okay. I'm the Provincial Secretary for CAOSA. CAOSA stands for Community Advice Office of South Africa. And also I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Henneman Victim Empowerment Forum, which make a lot of complaints, lot of complaints since 2007 with the Commission. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that information. Mr. Mukeki, it's over to you. Please, if you can address the inquiry.
Okay.
Just provide us, we have received your complaints, so if you can provide us with a high-level overview of those complaints.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. As our office, like I said, that it's a member of CAOSA, of which we are having 26 community advice offices around Free State, and of which we had been in consultation with South African Human Rights Commission relating to a lot of complaints that we are arising from the communities that we represent. And you know, one of the bad thing or that is not right is that as we are celebrating 28 years, as we are celebrating 28 years of our constitution being adopted, which was adopted in 1996, and all of a sudden you see that a lot of things that have been written in the preamble of the constitution, which talks about the injustice that of the past, but of which they are occurring even if now. You know why we are saying this thing? Because sometimes when you are reading the constitution, you will find that it's very imperative to be saying, this is the constitution that we all adopt or that we are saying, because presently what is happening in our country, there is a lot of things that are happening, specifically in where I'm coming, because I'm coming from the Mashabing municipality, you know. There's a lot that is happening there, and of which I'll take you back that since 2007, there was a long uprising or protest, service delivery protest that happened around Pomolong in Henaman, which almost took 6 months, whereby the people were complaining about service delivery, sewage spillages, the bucket system, and other things, you know. And these are still happening even if today. We are talking almost 28 years or 17 years or 18 years, been in existence since 2007. And these are happening at the hands of the municipality, of which each and every time we are doing this thing in order to make submission to the commission to be saying, these are the complaints that are happening. And each and every time what is happening is that you'll find that this municipality people, what they will be doing, they will be writing the administrative reports to the commission. And if you check all the reports that have been written, they are cut and paste reports. They are not reflecting the truth that is happening on the ground, you know. And this has been going, that's why if you go to the community where I'm coming from, Pomolong, in Enaman, you'll find that the people, they are tired. When you talk about that, referring the matter to the South African Human Rights Commission, the people, they will be telling you, you don't tell us about that toothless entity because it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, you know. And sometimes, you know, since 2007, as an organization, we have tried in order to taught people of how to do the right things. Because when you are having the service delivery protest, the people, they will opt in order to destroy some of the things, that infrastructure that is there, you know. And we taught them in order to be saying, this is the right approach in order for us to be doing. But since we have taught them since 2007 until now, this are still continue, you know. Commissioner, you know, even if now you can go around Pomolong, I'm sure some of the panelists, they know, you know, they have gone to Pomolong. If you go on R70 road, that is between Vennesberg and Welcome, that bypass near Pomolong, you will find that that road is stinking because of the sewage spillages that come from Pomolong, going down to the stream of Sand River, because I heard the representative from DA was talking about the Sand River thing that is being polluted, you know. And this is what is happening on daily basis. I'll make an example right now. What is happening, I was with Tatemudise and his team, you know. The municipality, what they have done, they have diverted the sewage system and created a man-made river of the sewage that goes down to Sand River thing, you know. And it's going, if you enter in Pomolong, it's a stinking township. It stinks because of those sewage spillages, you know. And last year, in 2023, a child passed on from the same network that they have created. of which they make this thing of from the same system that was created. Then the municipality, because they see that there's a lot that they need to be doing, then they just divert the system and it makes something like a dam. And the children, they go there. And that dam that was man-created, it was so deep that a child fell in that dam and all of a sudden passed on. And you know what they did, the municipality? When the police were busy investigation with doing the investigation relating to the inquest, the following morning they go to that dam and try to close it. And it was very fortunate that they do it a day before, then all of a sudden, at that time, Dr. Mudisa was still the senior legal rep of South African Human Rights Commission. They were there, they see the evidence, because each and every time this is what is happening at each and every area within Machabe, whereby they will be doing that in order to be trying to do away with the evidence relating to any inquest that is opening. And one of the good things that they are good at is that when each and every time when there is somebody who passed on, they will be doing something in order to buy that family in order not to be having any civil claim or anything that is going to be happening. And they will be conscientizing the people in order to be doing that. In around 2017 or 2015, between 2015 and 2016, based on seeing that there is a problem of the sewage spillage, they built a pump station near the household, without doing a proper thing of consulting the people. And by doing that, when this pump station is not working, because like if you have heard what doctor was saying relating to what is happening of the sabotage and other things, you'll find that this pump station is very close to the people. If there is anything that is not happening, then all of a sudden the houses of the people, they will be flooded because of this thing, And the people, they will be going in the river of sewage. That is happening. Even if now we can go to Pomolong, there is sewage everywhere. And it's very worse now because the municipality workers, they are on strike for almost 7 weeks. And there is a total disaster within those within that Machabeng area. A total disaster. Because even if now the mayor was making allegation that the workers are the ones that are making a sabotage towards that issue of the sewage going. It's been there since 2007 and still continuing. Even if today in the morning when I was on my way here, we passed through a river of sewage spillages. This is something that is happening on day to day. And if you check on the statistics of the people that are having TB around that area, it's very high. The same man-made river of the sewage passes through another section, a new settlement area that had been done in 2018. It passes near there. And children from that section, they are sick because of tuberculosis, based on that man-made river. And within that new section, there are no toilets, proper toilets. Even if there's one, the bucket system, the people, they dig holes in order to be doing that. And the municipality doesn't do anything. There's no proper running water, nothing. They are hiring trucks in order to bring water to that thing since the formation of that section. And even if those people from the trucking companies, they are fighting based on that thing. Previously, when it started, it was being done by SANDF. And that now is being run by each and the private companies, of which most of them, they are fighting based on that thing. Sometimes when this company, its contract is going to end, they will be taking some of the bad things to where they put that water, because they pour them into these big jojos that are being created there. They were since being created in 2019. And they will put some dead animals or they hire people in order to be doing that. And we have been saying this into the municipality. We consulted with the people. They don't listen. I even took Ndate Mudise in order to go and see that new section, what we are saying, because even if the people, they just elaborated what we have put as part of the complaint, you know. And this is what is happening each and everything. It's not happening around Pomolong or Henaman only. It's happening on all 6 towns of Mashabeng. And the west part of it, if you go to Alan Ridge, it's west. It's so west that the people, they are living automatically on day to day. They are living within their own yards with that sewage that is there. And there's the evidence that we have sent to the commission in order to say, this is a part of the evidence that we are having, whereby each and on daily basis we are going there in order to be seen this thing. This is what happening. And each and every time when the people, they are saying, this is what happened, we go there in order to collect that evidence and we forward them to the commission. And one of the things that the people in Mashabeng, when you talk about following proper procedure of making the formal complaint to the commission, our people, they are telling us that we can't continue doing this thing, or we can't keep on living under these circumstances. Since 2007, you have been telling us that there can be a legal remedy on this thing, and there is nothing that is happening. How many councils that have been elected since that time until up to now, that they have never done something that is right, you know. And this is if you talk about the service delivery around Mashabeng, you are talking about something that you can cry as a person in order to be saying, are we living in this thing? Is this the new dispensation that we were looking to be part of, you know? Because it's like we are still living under these injustices that are there, you know. Even if sometimes other people, the old people, they will tell you it was better than living in apartheid era rather than now, you know. And this is not the right thing that we are looking for our people to be saying or to be looking, you know. And these are the issues that are happening. And if we keep on talking about what is happening on the ground, there is something that we cannot. I'm sure the people from the Democratic Alliance, they will talk about the situation that is happening around Mashabeng. We cannot make a repetition of what is happening because that is exactly what is happening around there. And that's why, lastly, what I can just say is that the people, they want to see action taken against this municipality. Because since 2007, people, they had protests, they protested against anything, and we tried to say, this is not the right way, can we do it the proper way? But even if now, since 2007 until now, we are still having the same situation that is not being addressed based on anything, and we cannot allow that situation to be going. That's why, even if today or the whole week when after I got an invitation in order to come and make a presentation, we consulted with the local stakeholders in order to be telling what are we going to be doing. And they told us that there's a toothless entity because there is nothing that is going to be happening. You are just going to be presented there. There is nothing that is going to be, and these people, they are not going to be held accountable as they are supposed to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mukeki, and thank you for the honesty. I will, towards the end of the week, perhaps the last day, address you on the concerns of the so-called toothlessness of the Commission. But thank you very much for the honesty. Thank you for bringing a very, very comprehensive complaint to the Commission. I can indicate that we are in the process of dealing at a very high level with some issues in Mashabeng, which we will also later make public. So, but thank you once again. I'm going to request the panelists, those who have questions, starting with you, Thabo.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Ndate Mukeki, for your presentation. I just want to ask, I assume that I assume that you have presented these challenges to the Machabi local municipality. I'm interested to find out what are some of the responses that you have received in your complaint to the municipality. Number two, in your opinion, as a person who has working with community members and working with issues of Machabi, do you think that Machabi municipality has the technical capacity to deal with water and sanitation issues? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Naledi, have a question? Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukeki, for that presentation. As a community leader and a member of the community, I would like to hear from you, what do you understand to be the root causes of what is happening in that municipality, Machabi municipality? And then you've spoken, for example, that councils have changed over the years, leadership has changed. So for you, what actually is the root cause of the problem? And consequently, that would speak to what would be the solution. And then I'm also interested in finding out what kind of action does the community want to see from the commission? What kind of solutions is the community seeking? Thank you.
Mr. Modise, your question, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff. Mr. Mukeki, in your presentation, you made, the mention of my name, quite considerably, mentioning inspections that we conducted as a result of the complaint that you brought to the Commission. I just want to really get your take on action that you want, the Commission to take, or what committees want the Commission to take. And I just want to, take you back to issues of litigation that municipality has been through. I remember there was a stage when you called our office and requested us to, take municipality to court, and I had to explain that, there are processes that we needed to follow and all that. My question is, in your own analysis as a complainant, as a person who have stayed and who's staying in that area, do you think litigation would resolve some of the complaints or all of the complaints that municipality is, the challenges that communities are continuously facing on a daily basis? Secondly, what I would want to establish from you is, you mentioned that there's sewage that has been diverted from stormwater drains into the river, and sewage that is spilling all over the pump station in Pumulong and the road infrastructure that has been damaged as a result of that. Ever since we did inspections last year when we visited this place, but I just want to find out from you, because we've been sending letters and emails to municipality. In your own observation, has the municipality done anything else or attended to those issues that were raised, or the complaints that you brought to the Commission since our inspections? Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Modise. Mr. Mukeki, lengthy questions. I hope you can remember all of them. If you can respond to those questions, please.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner. Maybe from all those 3 or 6 questions that were asked, I'll just answer them into 2 answers. One, what is the expectation of the people? The people, they want to see a legal remedy being done to the state. Because since 2007, there were administrative reports that the Commission were receiving from the municipality. And there's nothing nothing that is happening on the ground based on the reports that have been written. I was lucky once that I saw a report that was given to us, of which we go and engage the local stakeholders during the time of Ntate Buang Jones. And you know, if you check on the response, that response from the municipality, you see that these people, they sit in the office and just send the people and just make a cut and paste thing. Based on the thing that the commission were asking, they make them like they have already done that. And in a practical way, there is nothing that the municipality is doing. I will come to the issue of Ntate Modise when he was talking that what is busy happening right now. There is nothing, since you go there, since they have written those reports to you, there's nothing on the ground that is happening in Ntate Modise. People, they are living within the same situation that you were there. And because we are living with the people, we are seeing this thing happening each daily. You know, I'll make an example. Even if I remember well, even if you want that in Paul, you was there near to one church, the Uniting Church. It's now a river-like sewage spillages because it's coming on day to day. There is nothing that those people they are doing. And each and every time we're keeping on writing to the municipality, and they will be saying the people, they will be there. They will be sending people, you know, and nothing is happening. And they are outsourcing services. Now, because there is another truck that they are hiring when there is that spillages. And that truck, when it moves from Welcome coming to Henneman, it costs a lot of money. It costs a lot of money because it comes in order to do sanction work from that thing, and it's nothing after it left, the same problem is still there. If we go to the issue that whether the municipal people are having the technical skill in order to be doing things, you know, if you see on the people that are being hired within that unit of the sewage or the water, what, you know, they are qualified people, but because of how things are being run within the municipality, through the political heads, there is a lot of intervention that is being done. And this is a serious thing. Even if now you look on the memorandum of the South African Municipal Workers Union, they are still highlighting this thing that the mayor needs to be removed, because now the mayor is now running the shows. He's the one that is doing anything administratively. You know, the municipal manager listen what the mayor is saying. There is nothing, because even if now, even if your water pipe can burst, there is nothing that the workers are going to be doing. After 4, they will be coming the next day around 3. But since there is this thing of the strike, there is nothing. The water is going, even if in town. Our office is in town. The street where we are, this today in the morning, there was a water pipe burst. It's not, I know that we are not going to get it fixed. It will be just going there until the white people within that community, they agree in order to go and buy those things on their own. When we come here, we bypass Virginia. It's still the same thing. There is water in the road that is going because of that thing. You will think that it's maybe it's water, but you see that this is something that maybe it's the same sewage spillages that are going to Tikwe River.
Mr. Mokeki, thank you so much. Thank you so much once again for making time to attend this inquiry and to speak to the complaints that you've lodged with the South African Human Rights Commission. What makes this inquiry different to all the previous processes is that this is a formal statutory inquiry in terms of the Human Rights Commissions Act. And the proceedings are live streamed. The lady standing there, this is now, everything is live streamed. Proceedings are open to the public, the media is in attendance, and all municipalities in the Free State Province have been provided with notices to appear before the Commission in a formal inquiry. So, Machabeng, it will be expected of them to come to this inquiry and to respond to what you've said. And I'm sure the panelists will also put the question to Machabeng on why they have not dealt with your complaints. So it's not over yet. It's not that we have just listened to you and then it will be shelved somewhere. Not at all. The process has only started. Thank you once again. We really appreciate your attendance. Right, may I check? Thank you. You are released, Mr. Mokeki. Okay. Thank you. But you may remain if you want to remain in the hall. Is Mr. Ramatlama from the Economic Freedom Fighters in attendance? Any rep from EFF? Not yet. Not yet. All right. We move on to our next complainant. Is Mr. Neo Mutahung in attendance? Oh, Mr. Mutahung. Right, Mr. Mutahung, as indicated, it will be required of you to present your oral evidence under oath or affirmation. Under oath. For the record, just state your name, Mr. Mutahung. Full names?
My name is Neo Aaron Mutahung.
Thank you, Mr. Mutahung. Just repeat after me. Raise your right hand. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Mutahung. You are on the platform, Mr. Mutahung. You may address the inquiry panel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Commissioner. Let me start by saying I'll also be focusing on sewer spillage. I'm from Harrismith in Maluta Pofung, and also I'm a ward councillor currently. The complaint I've raised with the commission is about the sewer spillage. Of course, I'm leading a ward which is in the receiving end of every sewer or flood when we are having heavy rain. Commissioner, from 2021, we have lost 4 lives. There are 2 sections, which is section Squira and Tukulo, known as Mapusumani. Between those sections, we have got about 3 schools. They are very close to this sewer. It's Lerato Tando, Itlahanele, Sintibale, and Kubeka. In fact, there are 4, plus a car wash. The kids in these schools, almost every day, they are passing and jumping that river. It's a pity that I've lost one of my phones I was going to use the projector here to show everything that have taken place there. 2021, another sewer. It is running from buffer zone. In fact, Ward 5 is we are surrounded by the sewer, the river called sewer. That has put it very correctly from Machabi. In that sewer between buffer zone and Motlakeng, we have lost a child. That was 2021 June. I forgot the name, but it's from Khatebe's family. And 2022, the mayor then, it was Tate Mokotu. It was when we were elected from 2021 November, 2022 earlier. I've engaged with the mayor about this problem of sewer in my ward. Then he requested me to engage with the director of infrastructure, Mr. Ongara, so that he can develop a technical report around that issue. And truly, Mr. Ongara instructed, in fact, appointed DMV consulted company. They went and investigated and developed a technical report. Unfortunately, to this date, nothing happened. I've tried to put this problem in IDPs. Unfortunately, nothing is taking place. 2023, February, we lost Ntate Zimu in between Squira and Tukulu. We lost Ntate Zimu. He was drowned. And unfortunately, we were not able to save him. Same 2023, December, we lost Sibonga Konke Mahlaba in the same trench. Unfortunately, we could not save him. So this problem, what I can tell the commission is that the former premier, Mayor Sistine Tombela, requested the same report. She was given, nothing happened. In almost all the reports I've done as the councillor to the speaker, from 2022 until 2 weeks back to the newly elected speaker, because we have elected the new speaker in December. I've submitted the same report to this day. Nothing happened. Unfortunately, to me, each and every life matters. It is very painful to see, and as a councillor in that ward, I'm even afraid to attend some of these funerals because you don't know what you're going to say to the people. And then what I can tell the commission is that when I watch the TV almost every day, when the commission is attending to issues of human rights, I felt inspired and said, no, look, let me take this matter to the commission, because if I have to wait for the municipality to do something, then number of people will be dead by then. There is no will in the municipality I'm saving in to solve that particular problem. Briefly, that is where I can, and maybe I can elaborate when there are questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mutaung. Yeah, it's when there's loss of life, it's extremely concerning, worrying, and urgent intervention is required, whether it's from the Human Rights Commission, whether it's from other oversight bodies, your legislatures. The sooner it happens, the better. May I check with the panel members if you have any questions for Mr. Mutaung, Mr. Mpore?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for Dr. Mutaung for your presentation. You stated that you are a ward councillor. Yes. I assume that you are a ward councillor for the governing party. Am I correct?
Yes.
So, in your opinion, as also someone who works with community, what do you think are the challenges of Maludia Pofung in addressing these problems that you have stated now?
Any other questions? Mr. Modise?
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff. Mr. Mutaung, we appreciate really your availability to come and give this evidence before the commission. And this is very important, for the commission, because we speak from, a perspective of someone who experience, these violations on a daily basis. But my question is to you, and I've listened to your presentation, but we do not get to hear what is the source of these spillages and these rivers, because, is it because, municipality is not, fixing the network, sewer network, or is it because, the area has just expanded and, there's too many people there and therefore, the system cannot cater, it's overloaded? Is it because people are also throwing foreign objects into this thing? So we just need to really get a clear picture as to what really causes these spillages, so that one would be able to really relate very well with, and see what is going on. Secondly, my second question would be, would you really give us an idea as to where does this sewer end? You say it's a river of sewer, and it should be flowing and going somewhere else, unless there's a catchment area where it stands there. Would you be kind to give the commission, and the audience here exactly where this sewer ends? Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff.
Thank you, Mr. Modise. Mr. Mutaung, you appear to be a very frustrated councillor.
Very frustrated, Commissioner. Very frustrated.
When a person gets elected as a public office bearer and ordinary community members look up to that councillor and expect of that councillor to assist in providing them with just the most basic of services, and the councillor obviously has frustrations in assisting the communities, then it is a concern. And it's also clear that you are passionate about your community, about the people who voted for you. But what I want to understand, Mr. Modise, Mr. Mutaung, what exactly is the problem? Why is a councillor of the municipality struggling to convince the office bearers and also the municipal manager to attend to these matters on an urgent basis? What exactly is the problem? And the reason why I'm asking is, where should we as the commission assist in unblocking the bottleneck or just the mere insufficiency in the municipality? What exactly is the problem? If an elected councillor cannot even assist community members.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me start with the last question. To be honest, sometimes it becomes very serious problem to convince the office bearers. In our case, we are in a coalition. We can agree with the speaker, but when it comes to the mayor or chief whip, at the end of the day, you'll get an answer to say, no, we'll look at this matter at a later stage. They don't take you serious. And number two, they are also favoring their wards in most cases. You'll find a speaker being a ward councillor or a mayor being a ward council. The focus will be on their wards and they disregard other wards. And then that makes things very difficult. It is not only me, but unfortunately I cannot be silenced just because things they are where they are. I should stand up and do something. Hence, I'm coming to this commission. I know this commission will do something for them to, to be held accountable. I think coupled with the first question to say, I think the problem is about the will. The political will is a very serious problem in our municipality. Not now. It's something that is coming a very long time away. Ago. This river, it is flowing. There is another river that is coming from the direction of Tau to Warden. It is going straight to that river, and then they join together and go down to Warden. It doesn't have a way where they are stopping. But it's a very long trenches of, because if I'm standing inside that thing, you cannot see me. They are very long. That's why when we fall there, it's not only the human being who are falling there. Even the cows, when the cow is falling inside there, it won't survive, So it's a very big trench. That's why I'm saying if my phone was okay, then I was going to show the commission what is the problem really there. So we are having a very serious problem. That's why I'm here. And I was very much happy when I was invited to come here. Because better to tell the truth than to wait for the salary of something that you are not doing as a councillor. I think I've tried to answer the question.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any follow-up questions, Mr. Modise and Mr. Mpore?
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff. Mr. Mutaung, I think my question, the last question, where does this river Swa end? Does it end in a river? What is the name of that river? And that's, I think, something that we need to really understand so that we get a clear picture of where is it ending, and the impact of that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. By saying it is joining the river that is flowing from town, it's Verge River. It's Verge River. It is flowing straight to Verge River.
Mr. Mpore?
Thank you, Commissioner. I also want to take opportunity to ask a question not related to what you have covered, because I think in your presentation you've only focused on the issue of service spillage. In your experience as a ward councillor, how is the? I know that Malutapofing has a lot of challenges, but I just want to find out from you as a ward councillor, what is the challenges in relation to human settlement in Malutapofing? Does municipality allocate sites that are safest in Malutapofeng? Or in your ward, when was the last time that municipality allocated site? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mutaung, you can respond to those questions.
Okay. In my ward, the last time people were allocated site, it was 2003. And then what is taking place in Harrismith as a whole, the township, in fact in Tabazo, we have got too many informal settlements. You got into the area informally, and then by the time they are sorting out people will be allocated in the site where there is no infrastructure at all. So the last time it was 2003.
Any other follow-up questions? None? Mr. Mutaung, thank you very much for coming to this inquiry. Thank you for your honesty and expressing your frustrations. We can see that you take the needs of the community very seriously, and you also take your job seriously. Thank you. You are released, and you may stay behind to follow the rest of the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
EFF, not yet. Okay, we move on to Mr. Glenn McCarroll. Mr. Carroll is from the Fezile Derby district. Good morning, Mr. McCarroll. As indicated, you will be required to present your oral evidence under oath or affirmation. Which one do you prefer?
Oath, please.
The oath. Right. For the record, please state your full names.
Glenn McCarroll.
Please raise your right hand and say after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. McCarroll. Mr. McCarroll, we have received your complaint, and we've decided to also provide you with an opportunity to address the inquiry. Please provide us with a high-level overview of the complaint. We've decided as the Commission to invite people from all 5 districts, and you will obviously raise concerns in the Fezile Derby and the municipalities that you've also mentioned in your complaint. So you're welcome to address the inquiry.
Thank you very much, Commissioner and the panel. I would just like to do my presentation in the form of a PowerPoint presentation.
You're welcome.
I believe it's up at the top.
It's
there.
already
Okay,
flighted.
thanks very much. That's just a picture of from my house, just to give you an idea of what we're on about. Please can we change? As mentioned, my name is Glenn McCarroll. I'm the chairman of the Niceville Ratepayers Association, the DRA, and I'm representing the whole of Metsi-Mahalo, which consists of Sasolburg, Zamdela, Deniseville, Refugotso, Oranieville, Metsi-Mahalo, and the associated towns. So I'm not actually representing Fezile Derby, it's just Metsi-Mahalo. All the towns in Metsi-Mahalo suffer from the same degradation, and as I'm from Deniseville, most of the examples I'll be giving are from Deniseville. By way of introduction, I'd like to show a short video of Metsi-Mahalo to demonstrate why we are so passionate about our livelihood. Next slide, please. That slide was just the good part of this. Just to show that what we really do care about it. But the rest of it is, comes from these letters which were sent to the municipality, and these are the report that I sent to the Commission. I'll just read through it. The residents of Metsimahalo have been appealing to the Metsimahalo local municipality, MLM, to supply services that we have been paying for years without any success. In June of 2019, we knew that we needed assistance from other bodies such as the SAHRC, COGTA, Auditor General, and the governing party. We have submitted letters, memorandums to these bodies in the hope that they would be able to force the municipality to give us what we are paying for. On the 9th of the 6th, 2021 to the 30th of the 6th, 2021, letters were sent to the mayor at the time, Mrs. Tsongo, regarding the degradation of Denaysville, culminating to a memorandum being delivered to the mayor. On the 11th of the 8th, 2021, SAHRC sent a letter to the MLM requesting a meeting to deal with the complaint, which included the issues raised were water cuts, raw sewage spills into natural water courses, raw sewage flowing down streets, properties, and into sports grounds. Power outages due to infrastructure failure, illegal land site in Refikhotso, poor state of roads, faulty stormwater infrastructure. That picture on the left is of the potable water pump station for Denaysville reservoirs. As you can see, the fence has been removed, all the windows are broken. It's in a terrible state of disrepair. The one on the right is the water leak. It's at the same place. It's the water leak coming out of there. It leaks 5 days of the week. Next, the SHRC meeting with Metsimahalo and residents on the 23rd of the 9th, 2021. The meeting was held in Metsimahalo Chambers. A full transcript of the meeting is available. The above issues were discussed with timelines to the resolutions being given. That was by the municipality. In addition to the issues listed, we requested feedback on 3 additional topics. Firstly, feedback on the memorandum submitted I can't see the date. Okay, on the 30th of the 6th, 2021. Secondly, why the public had no participation in the budget in the years 2019 to 2020. And lastly, why the property taxes for 6 of the 16 years from 2005 to 2021 were not promulgated. There has been no feedback or action taken to date, which prompted the businesses and residents to undertake legal action against the MLM. Next slide, please. That's the left-hand picture is of a power electrical power line. It's all of our power's overhead, and the cables are often stolen by vandals, and that's the repair that has been done to that, and this is all over the town. Those joints are open, and there's children walking around the town that they could lean up against that and they'll get badly shot. The picture on the right-hand side is of the entrance to Denaysville. That pile of rubble that's on there was an attempt by the municipality to fix some of the potholes some years ago, and that pile has been left there till today. Next slide, please. From the November 2021 to January 2024, we got a new mayor. The first integrated development plan, IDP for Metsimahalo, was submitted on the 10th of February 2022. The second IDP meeting took place on the 21st of the 9th 2022. At the feedback meeting for Denaysville that was held on the 24th of the 4th, 2023 in Refikhotso, the mayor was chased out of the meeting before the meeting started due to the residents' dissatisfaction with service delivery. At a public meeting held on the 17th of February 2022 in Denaysville, the mayor included his MMC, introduced his MMC lineup to us. The DRA submitted a comprehensive list of defects to the mayor of the infrastructure, together with a prioritized list. A specimen of these lists can be seen in the following 2 slides. Next slide, please. That slide is just, it's a list of all the streets we walked, every single street in Indianapolis, and we wrote down what was wrong with the roads, and any service delivery, roads, water, stormwater, sewage, everything. And that particular list is one of 4. Next slide, please. That's the list that we thought was the order of priority for getting it in. But we obviously, it was just our thoughts on that. Next slide, please. The road on the left-hand side is School Street, which is, it's actually got a name. I don't know why, because it's not a road. But the point that we make is the political instability in Metsimahalo. The MLM have had 2 mayors post-COVID, both of which have had 4 votes of no confidence between them. The ruling party chose not to elect their own mayor, and has accepted mayors from minority parties. I think that's it. This is obviously a tactic from the ruling party to not give us a service delivery. This tactic has resulted in the government party being ineffectual, as they were being usurped by the ruling party. Every time there is a vote of no confidence against the mayor, the residents and the mayoral committee are unable to operate for at least 3 months, rendering little to no service delivery during this period. Next slide, please. Metsimahalo Owners Forum. The MOF set up a meeting with the mayor and his team, the 2nd of the 3rd, 2022, where the main topic of discussions were business and property taxes, property evaluations, service delivery, pending legal action, and the mayor asked us to put a hold on that because he had just been appointed as the mayor. So we agreed to that, and we stopped we just halted the legal action at that point. Raw sewage being discharged into the Vaal Dam and the Vaal River. The mayor suggested we form a steering committee, and this was done at that meeting. Naledi Industrial Park and Sasolburg industrial areas. These areas are relocating for the following reasons. Unacceptably high property taxes, which equate to approximately 150% increase. The property evaluations done during 2019 has resulted in an increase of between 44% and 637% on property taxes. Untraversable roads, some potholes are up to a meter deep in depth, making it impossible for deliveries and for clients to visit the businesses. Basements of warehouses and buildings regularly flooding with sewage due to the unfunctional infrastructure. Disruptions in water and electrical infrastructure make it impossible for businesses to survive. The business owners are only asking that the municipality enable them to run their businesses, which provide employment. Next slide, please. The wastewater treatment works. This is the wastewater treatment works in Refegotso. It's a new wastewater treatment works. The Department of Water and Sanitation, DWS, together with MLM, started upgrading the wastewater treatment works from a 2 megaliter to a 6 megaliter per day in 2015. Their design indicated that the effluent pipeline would be discharged into Ratepayers Bay, which is a tourist bay in the Vaal Dam. This is also close to, in proximity to the draw-off point for Gauteng and Danasville's drinking water. Just a point to look at on the picture on the right-hand side. That's exactly where that nice sunset picture that I started off with, and that's this sewage that's inside the Vaal Dam. the residents vehemently objected to this in 2016 through a petition which stopped the construction of the effluent pipeline. On the 8th of the 9th, 2022, the DWS and MLM called for a public participation meeting in Denysville to try and push through the original design. We thought that they'd cancelled it, they'd stopped it. They didn't. The next slide, please. Once again, the residents objected at the meeting and through a petition. On the 13th of the 3rd, 2024, a couple of days ago, the technical director informed us that they had decided to redirect the effluent pipe to one of the positions that we had recommended. Raw sewage is still being discharged into the surrounding farmlands from the wastewater treatment works. It is of particular concern that the municipality is still allowing residents and businesses of the towns to continue dumping their waste into the country's precious resources, being water. The current situation that the Vaal River is contaminated with water weeds such as hyacinth and water lettuce is a direct result of sewer spillage. On the 28th of the 3rd, 2023, the Metsimala Owners Forum has reinstructed our legal team to proceed with legal action. Next slide, please. That's a picture of the Vaal River, very close to Stonehaven, with the water lettuce and the hyacinth. It's quite severe. That's an aerial photograph of the Vaal River. The green that you see on the river itself, that's the water hyacinth. All the other green around, that's agricultural. But you can see how contaminated the water is, the river. Next slide, please. Municipal Demarcation Board, the MDB. The MDB are trying to split Ngweta local municipality by incorporating Heilbron and surrounding areas into Metsimala local municipality. The reasoning MDB gave for approving this demarcation is that they had only received 3 objections, which is incorrect according to our councillors and fellow residents who put in objections. The reason for the incorporation is that the Ngweta local municipality were bankrupt and could not provide services delivery for Heilbron. This amalgamation does not make sense as Metsimala cannot even provide services for its current towns. In conclusion, the previous slides show the degradation of the towns in Metsimala. We are appealing to all government agencies to assist us in getting the MLM to do what we are paying them to do. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarroll. I'm going to request the panelists to have questions, to put their questions to Mr. McCarroll. Any questions? Mr. Modise?
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff. Mr. McCarroll, I have seen and you know the comprehensive presentation that you have given us here, and also the topographical picture of this, you know, water lettuce that is really engulfed the Vaal River. But what I want to find out from you is there was a stage when the Human Rights Commission did an investigation on, you know, spillages on the upper side of the river in Gauteng site where a report was given. And I know for a fact also that from Frankfurt side, we did our inspection and Velge River, it feeds into the Vaal River. And we have seen during our inspections that, you know, there was sewage spillages, you know, that has been pushed into Velge River, which feeds into the Vaal Dam. What I want to establish from you, because we were there in Vaal to do our inspections where we met with you, with our colleague, Ms. Masike. The extent of the lettuce, it was not there in 2021 when we were there. And my worry is it because of only spillages that happen in Metsimaholo, or would you attribute this, you know, the extent and the, you know, the speed of this, you know, mushrooming of this lettuce to other provinces, for example, you know, Gauteng, which also feeds, and also our Frankfurt area. Because that for me, really, it's quite very suspect that, on such a very short span of time, this lettuce has mushroomed to this extent. And I'll have other questions at least. Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff.
Mr. McCarroll, I'm interested in, well, obviously the municipalities, because you've referred to more than one municipality. You've referred to Mwate, you've referred to Metsimaholo. They obviously have a constitutional obligation to provide services, and what you've shown us on the screen is just not acceptable, but we need to get to the true cause of the problem. We can obviously start with engagements with the municipalities, and they will get the opportunity to address us. But according to you, Mr. McCarroll, what is the real problem? What is the root cause of the problem? You made a statement that the ruling party does not want to provide services. That's why they've, given the mayorship to smaller parties' representatives. But what, in your honest opinion, is the root cause of this problem? Do the municipalities have open door policies? Do you have contact persons at those municipalities? I'm referring to you now. What is the kind of responses you receive? Who are these people who are not helpful? We would like to get to the root causes, not wild accusations and allegations. In your view, what are those root causes?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Petisa. I'll answer.
Hi, Mr. McCarroll. Thank you very much for your presentation. You mentioned that you have instituted legal action against the municipality now in February 2024. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit more about what that legal action is. Of course, as much as you can tell us if it's sub judice, but what actual what relief are you seeking in that legal action as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. McCall. I just wanted to find out from you, the Water Services Act requires that each municipality must have a water development plan. I just want to find out if your municipality does have it, have you seen sight of it? And if they do have, what is an implementation status of that? And secondly, you also mentioned about the water cuts. I just want to find out from you whether municipality issues communications to communities in case where water cuts are going to happen. And whether do they also issue an intervention plan that, where people can source alternative water in case where there's a water cut? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mpure. Mr. Carroll, you can respond to those questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. The first question from Ms. Medisa, just got to try and remember what you mentioned about the water letters. In 2021, there was an outbreak of the water letters, and the Department of Water Sanitation and Rand of Water brought in some weevils that eat the water lettuce, and they did it very briefly because it was a very small infestation, and there was a huge flood that year, and that flood washed the water lettuce downriver to right down past, I don't know where it is, probably ended up in the sea. But having done that, it also took the weevils away. And what's happening now is that because the river is so badly contaminated, it's ideal conditions for the water weeds to survive. They thrive in when it's contaminated like it is. So, and it's that water lettuce and hyacinth, doubles every 3 weeks. So if it's 1 hectare now, in 3 weeks' time, it's going to be 2 hectares. And so it really does grow very quickly. And the Department of Water and Sanitation, together with Rainwater, can't seem to decide whether it's a good thing to spray the water or not. So there's a lot of toing and froing about what they're going to do now. So the public are actually busy mechanically removing it themselves. Mr. Bosch,
Next question.
yeah, your question with regards to what I think is going wrong with the service delivery is that because the splits in the government is that at Metsamala, they've got the ANC have got 16 seats, the DA have got 12 seats, EFF have got 12 seats, Freedom Front Plus has got 3 seats, and then there's little bits and pieces split up amongst all the other parties. And I understand when they have the meetings, the municipal meetings, if the one party doesn't like what other parties doing, so it's almost like a coalition thing that's not working, and they just if the one wants to make the other one look bad, they veto. So, for an example, there was a request for 20 weed eaters to be bought so the parks could do it, and they just put that in the bottom drawer and they don't give the answer. So they're preventing the ruling part, well, the governing party from actually doing the job that they're supposed to be doing. And that's why the current mayor that's there, he's ARC, and they don't even have a seat. So when he wants to make a decision, it's very difficult for him to overrule all the other parties. I hope that answers your question.
So it's political influences, political factors.
Correct, yes. It's very much so political.
All right, thank you. Responses to the other 2 questions?
Just trying to remember, Mrs.
The one was the water plan.
The water plan. I don't know if they've got a water plan. I really don't know. The in-house arguing that goes on between the different parties is very difficult. So, you know, they've always, whenever there's a complaint from us or from the answers we get back is that they're going to have to speak to the other party because they're not allowed to give us those answers. So I don't know if they've got a water plan. I really don't know. I'm sorry.
Just remind me what your question was.
Water carts. They don't give us any notifications. Normally the water cuts are because of something that's broken in the infrastructure, so we don't get any notice that it's going to happen. If there is a time when they have got planned outages, we do get notification, but it's generally it's aging infrastructure that causes the failure.
Just to repeat my question, it was about the legal action that you have taken as residents. If you can tell us a little bit about what that is, thank you.
Yeah, our legal action is based on two prongs. We were advised by first of all, it was to do with service delivery. We just trying to get the services that we're paying for. So we're just not getting there. So we threatened them to get. There's a lot of very big businesses in Sasolburg, and they are battling to try and get their businesses off the ground because the municipality is not enabling them to be able to run their businesses. So they mainly service delivery for them, and then but our gripe about the water being contaminated is it's as if not even more important to us that we're attacking them on both contaminating of the water sources from the river and the dam, and also for service delivery.
Okay. There's a question from Mr. Modise.
Mr. McCarroll, just one last question. The spillages in Rivian Khotso and other areas, in your observation, you drove last night coming to this venue to attend to this. Are they still continuing from what you have observed?
They are still continuing, but they have completed the wastewater treatment works. But as we were always fighting with them about, was we wanted the public to be able to monitor what was going on in the wastewater treatment, because we just don't trust the municipality that's going to run it properly. So we wanted to have 2 people there to just monitor, to make sure that there was diesel there when it was required, that the chlorine was there, that type of thing. And they've just never allowed us to do that. So they've commissioned this plant, but we can't go in there. It's for safety reasons. You can't go into the plant. But we've certainly, because they don't have an effluent discharge point, they just dumping it into the ground. And I go there once a week to go and check on it, and it stinks, and you can see there's foam in the water that's coming out. So it might be somewhat treated, but we're actually busy waiting for some test results to come out now. But it's definitely not raindrop water or in any way. Because you can actually, when you take a sample of the water, you can't see through it.
All right, thank you. Oh, there's another question.
Thank you, sir. Will you agree with me if I say to you some of the challenges that you have presented here are engineering challenges?
Yes, they are engineering challenges, correct, yes.
Thank you. So, in your opinion, do you believe that Metsimaholo has a technical capacity to deal with these challenges based on what is happening currently?
No, they do not.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. McCarroll, thank you so much for attending this inquiry, driving from where? Denaysville. Thank you so much. You are now released, but you're welcome to stay and observe what we are doing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to break for a short tea break. It is 20 minutes past 11. May I request that we return at 11:45. Thank you very much. All right, it's 1:45. Can I ask that you take your seats? We're going to start with the next presenter. Our next witness is Mr. Dan Alexander. He is from the Garib district. Mr. Alexander. Welcome, Mr. Alexander. As indicated earlier, you will be required to present your oral evidence under oath or affirmation. Which one do you prefer?
Under oath, Commissioner.
Oath, all right. For the record, please state your full names.
Daniel Adam Alexander.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. You may proceed with your presentation or your evidence.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, panel. Just a little introduction from my side. I'm Dan Alexander. I'm a community member of Letsemeng in the Garib district. And there's two issues that I want to raise this morning, and that is especially in Letsemeng. It is water and sanitation. In Koffiefontein was a new site allocated for people to go and stay. And that site was established 7 years ago, but up until now there's no name for that site. The people call it the new extension. What happened there, the new extension, is there's water cuts, but the water cuts exist over the whole Koffiefontein and Oppermansgronde. From 9 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night, every day there's water cuts. So for during the day, during this hot time, there's no water for the people to use. The water when the taps start running, then you can't use that water because it is white water. It seems like, and sometimes it's brown, it looks like groundwater. That is the water side. And then we came to the informal settlement, the new extension. Sanitation. There's no sanitation in that informal settlement for the past 7 years. What happened, there's a big hole, just 150, 200 meters from the residences where they are located now. And they use that hole as a toilet, as a sewage. When they use buckets during the night, then they go and empty there in that hole. And that hole is between the settlement, the new extension and the school. So some of the children pass through there, and this is the health risk. The other thing is, the municipality advised some of the residents to dig holes in their yards, like a pit toilet. Then they will come and assist after every 7 days to come and empty their holes. But it never happens. And then the community people sit with a problem there. They try to empty itself and take that sewage to the big hole. So all of the sewage landed up in that big hole with a refuge, because there's no refuge collection also in that area. There's not a road that was made. The people drive by themselves on a small road there between the houses. There's no numbers at the houses. There's no light at the houses. And the police don't really patrol that area there because they said it is too dark, they can't risk their lives to come and patrol in that area. What happens sometimes, when a pipe is burst, then the municipality workers don't repair or give attention to that pipe during the working hours. They wait for 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, then they start working up until 6, 7 o'clock. So the reason for that is maybe overtime, but that is a problem for the community because it takes more than 3 to 5 days to repair that pipe. The other thing that the municipality doesn't attend to is when you go to the municipality offices and you want to do a connection for electricity or so, then you get a rate of 10,200 rand. And when you come back 2 days to 3 days later, then they said, no, it's 14,000 rand. But there's no communication was with the residences. So the residents must just accept what they get because they want lights in the house. So there's no communication between the municipality and the community. Sometimes the municipality hired vehicles from the community members to remove the refuge or to do they work because the municipality don't have the necessary vehicles and equipment to do all those things. So that is a problem for the community of Letsemeng. And they was busy with digging a reservoir hole not far from the settlement. And last year, October, November, the caterpillar gets stuck in that hole, and that caterpillar still stands there. The last rain, the heavy rain during December or so, then the caterpillar was overflowed with water. They don't remove it, and they have stopped now. So there's, I foresee in the near future, maybe next year or so, then there will be attention will be given for the people for a reservoir of the informal settlement. That is all from my side. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Very concerning indeed. Panel members, questions for Mr. Alexander? Ms. Morojele?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander, for your presentation. I would like to hear more about the new extension and formal settlement. You said that sites were allocated, but the area hasn't been formalized. Can you tell us, do the residents there, do they have title deeds to those sites? Have that been handed over yet? And when you inquire with the municipality into the formalization of that informal settlement, what kind of feedback are they giving you? Thank you.
Question, Mr. Mpore?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Alexander. My question to you is the same as the one that I posed to the previous speaker. When there are water cuts in Letsemeng, does the municipality issue notifications to communities about impending water cuts? Number two, the extension that you have referred to, is it service sites that you have there, or there are no services or infrastructure on those sites? Thank you.
Mr. Modise?
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff. Mr. Alexander, I'm listening to your presentation and I'm concerned about, what you just said, especially children who learners, we are not sure how the age of these learners who pass through this hole. And we're not even sure as to the extent, the radius of this hole, where sewage, is being dumped by committee members. There's one thing that I would like clarity from you. Secondly, I want to really get clarity from you, the health impact of, this, dumping of the sewage closer to residential area where people are living at. What can you at least advise us on or tell us whether this has an impact or effect on health of residents in that area? I think lastly, I wanted to establish on issues of police who are saying they cannot patrol, this area. What measures have residents taken, to bring this to the attention of police that, all people, must enjoy equal protection of the law. And so the police cannot, prefer, residents who are staying in lights, where there are lights and really disadvantage those who stay in dark areas. Because from what I understand from you, the residents, this informal settlement was recommended by the municipality and people are placed there by the municipality and therefore they should be assisted. What I want to establish from you is what other measures have you taken to take this up either with the station commander or maybe escalate this to the provincial general here to say, look, we experiencing these challenges and what has been the responses subsequent to that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Modise. Mr. Alexander, I'm interested in how you deal with your complaints. When you go to the municipal offices, who do you report these complaints to? And what is the response or the action that is taken? What are the timelines normally? The reason why I ask is when I liaised with the municipality last week for purposes of this inquiry, I was told that there's no municipal manager, there are no Section 56 employees, there's no CFO. How do you deal with your complaints in practice? Who receives your complaints? Who do you phone? We would, as a commission, also like to deal with that challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. My response on the first question is the site was allocated, but no infrastructure was done before the people can come and stay on the site. So yeah. And the other thing is, some of the people have cart and transport, they bought the piece of land, and others is just, they just come and put up a check and say, okay, they will stay there because there's no municipality or structure that can tell them they can't stay there. That is the first one. The second one was what do we do to address the challenge? I think several times the community members was at the municipality. Just for clarity, I'm in Koffiefontein now for 6 months. I was here in Bloemfontein, so I'm permanently now there. I thought maybe it was a nice place to go and have rest. I'm on retirement, but it seems there's more problems than anything else there. So yeah, I myself never approach or engage with the municipality or any one of the municipality officers, But that was in my plan to get 2 or 3 of some of the community members to go and see some of the officials, because there's no MM, and if you want to see the acting, there's no acting. So it is a dysfunctional municipality, let's say. Then the question of Mr. Modise is, yes, Mr. Modise, that is a health risk, because what happened, like one of the previous speakers said, the TB rate is very high in Koffiefontein, and I think that is one of the problems, because no one address, and the children must walk pass through that hole every day. What happened the other day? One of the children ran to one of the residents' houses with a pack of pills and said they pick it up there in the hole where they throw the refuse away. So that is also a risk. That is also is a big concern, that one. And the police, like I said, I'm not fully geared. I'm in the process now, but I will go and see the station commander and address this issue of the police not patrolling that area, because that area is vulnerable, and yes, yeah. We are part of the community, we are part of South Africa, and we must have protection from them. Commissioner, to come to your question is, yes, like I said, I didn't have chance, or it was in my plan to go and see the relevant, or a person that we find at the offices. But yeah, that is in my plan. But up until now, I never engaged with any one of them.
Any other follow-up questions, Mr. Modise?
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Commissioner, you spoke about water cuts, Ms. Alexander. And what we want to understand, from this hearing is, when there are water cuts, is there any alternative water that has been provided, by municipality, for the duration when this water has been cut? That is the first question, and for community members and other, service providers, be it, schools, clinics around the area, and so forth. Secondly, when this water is cut, what impact does it have on schooling, on normal daily life of learners? Do they go to school, or do schools close because, ablution services cannot function? There's no, toilets that can be flushed, and therefore, what really happens? We need to get a side of a picture of really what is the circumstance of, what communities are experiencing on daily basis, so that we then have an idea of, what you're going through. Thank you, Commissioner.
You can respond to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Modise. Your first question is the water cuts. What is the reasoning, or what there was no communication. What happened is, like one of the previous speakers says, the people is very scared to open and to speak up and to say what is the problem, because there's things that happen. But what happened is, when the electricity cut, what do you call it? Load shedding start. Then the people was under the impression that it is of the load shedding that they don't get water, because Koffiefontein, Letsimeng area is, when it is load shedding previous, now it is better. Previous, it is almost for a half a day or for a whole day that there's no electricity. So they was under the impression that it was part of the problem with the load shedding. And the power structure in Coffee Fontaine especially is very, very weak. When there's strong wind or raining or something like that, then the electricity is cut, and then you sit up until you phone one of the municipality people that you know, not the MM or the acting. One of the people that you know, and that person can help you. They will assist you. That is how it works there. The state of the schools during that time, and they don't bring any thanks for the community during that cut time. So the community must, when they wake up in the morning, they must fill up all the buckets and all the things that they can use for water for the whole day. But luckily some of the schools, not some of the, most of the schools have bring in the water tanks. So if the water comes on, then they fill up the tanks. So there's also always water. But what happened is, when it is for 2 or 3 days, then we sit with a problem, and then the school must don't have a full day.
Thank you. Any other questions? None? Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Thank you for taking the time to address this inquiry, and drive safely back home. You are welcome to remain and follow the rest of the proceedings today. Thank you. You are released.
Thank you, sir.
Right. I'm told Mr. Mpo Ramatlame is in the house. Is that you? You are next, Mr. Ramatlame. Ramatlama. So it's Mr. Ramatlama I see on the name board. Tell me, will both of you be making representations, or just you?
No, it's me, sir.
Only you. I just need to know for purposes of taking the oath. All right. Okay, Mr. Ramatlama, I indicated earlier that it will be expected of you to, when you present the oral evidence, you have to do it under oath or affirmation. Which do you prefer, oath or affirmation?
Affirmation, sir.
Affirmation. That's in order. For the record, just state your full names.
My name is Mpo Joseph Ramatlama.
Thank you very much. Just repeat after me. I solemnly affirm
I solemnly affirm
that the evidence that I shall give
that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
but nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramatlama. We received this complaint last year. It was a complaint that was lodged with the Commission by the national leader of the Economic Freedom Front. So we will be requesting you just to provide us with a high-level overview of what is contained in the complaint. You have 20 minutes, and thereafter, Mr. Ramatlama, the panel may ask you some questions. Over to you.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner. Maybe I must just correct you on a lighter note that the leader is of the economic freedom fighters, not front. No, thank you, Commissioner.
My sincere apologies. That was a slip of the tongue.
No, it is understandable. Commissioner, in 2022, I think on the 13th of January, ourselves as the caucus of Mangaung, together with the Commander-in-Chief, we embarked on a site visit after a serious outcry from the community of Mangaung due to the sewer spillages. During this oversight, we visited My apologies. During the oversight visit mentioned, we noted that spillages affected primarily communities in the townships. We were accompanied by some members of the local community. They were deeply disgusted and concerned about the spillages of the impact on the health and safety of all, especially the elderly and children. During this oversight, we had to navigate around through large pools of sewer to access residents and go from ward to ward. This resulted in some even amongst our own team members getting sick. It is alarming that the municipality, through its public representatives, primarily the ward councillors of the ANC, they mobilized resources to attempt to clean up the sewer spillages ahead of the oversight of the president, in order to avoid a manifest public embarrassment. This is a cross-political expediency and reveals that the inhuman conditions our people are subjected to are as a result of a deliberate negligence and disregard for human rights of the people of Mangaunche. We, as public reps of the EFF, immediately after the departure of the president, were given a task because he couldn't go ward by ward himself. Public reps of the EFF were given a responsibility to go and assess the sewer spillages around Mangaung. And we interviewed few people who were even ready to be interviewed by the commission, because we told them up front that whatever that we're doing so that we're able to lodge a formal complaint to the Human Rights Commission. We went to Ward 6, it is in the location, and we met Mr. Tabiso Boy. Mr. Tabiso Boy is born in 1939. Upon arrival, the old man was very sick. He's suffering from the lung infection. Just outside his house, there's a manhole that has been spilling a sewer for years. He couldn't even count for how long. He would say the thing will be fixed for 2 days. After 2 days, it goes back running out. And not only that, the other thing that they brought to our attention is that there was a young man who had a market. He had to close his market because he couldn't run the very same vegetable market on that street that is running sewer right through. So 2 people were affected, and that is sick, and the young man had to close his smaller business due to the condition of sewer spillage. We then went to, in Ward 11, I think, Chair, you'll allow me to give you the very same copy because it has particulars, ID numbers, and contact numbers of the very same victims of sewer spillages in Mangaung. We then went to Me Manyani. Me Manyani is born 1940. Her house is 137. The lady is also sick because of the very sewer spillages. She has TB. That's what we gathered from her. And she says the running of the very same sewer spillages caused her to be ill. So this is the second person that we interacted with who indicated to us that she's sick because of the very same matter of sewer spillages. We did not stop there. We went to Ward 50 in Divesdorp. They call it the former Naledi. We went to Ward 50 in Divesdorp, where we met Ntate Ntsiye Lekopa. Ntate Ntsiye Lekopa, his child is sick, and he indicated that the sickness, that the short breath that the child is having since the child was born, is because of the very non-stop sewer spillages that are happening in that area of Morojane in Divesdorp. So this is now the third person that they said they find themselves sick because of the sewer spillages, Commissioner. Then we went to Ward 16 in Heideda. It is also in the location. We met Mayor Hueman. Mayor Hueman is wheelchair bound. Upon arrival, Mayor couldn't go out of the yard for months because the sewer was all over the yard and even outside the yard. We had to intervene as a party because we felt the municipality is not doing justice to our senior citizens. The evidence is there. The organization had to pop out money to make sure that we put pave in that yard. We level the yard. So as and when the sewer is running through the street, she's able to go out. That's how bad the situation was. And we had to intervene. We didn't wait to complain and not intervene. There and there we had to intervene, Commissioner. Then the last person is Memartha Mahlabe in Ward 1. Memartha Mahlabe indicated that she has contracted TB. And the worst part is that she's unemployed. She doesn't have medical for her to get a proper medical attention. So these are the victims or the people that we interacted with that were ready to be even interviewed by yourselves or to go and check the situation. Moreover, Chair, what we have realized is that the municipality is not playing its role. It's a fact. We are not playing the role in a sense that before the visit of the Commander-in-Chief and the President of the EFF, the very same municipality that is crying out loud that it does not have enough resources to attend to issues of sewer spillages. Surprisingly, all of us were shocked that the municipality do have that capacity of attending to each and every small anyana spillage so that they make the visit to be irrelevant, because the president indicated when he was addressing in KZN that he's going to attend to Mangaung. There's a serious problem of sewer spillages. But the municipality attended to those spillages on that day, but they were too much. They couldn't finish them all. Unfortunately, found them. Again, this Metro Commissioner is expanding or is growing every day. But reality of the matter was still having your your sewer treatment plants that were built before democracy. The Metro has never built any additional treatment plant. But yet, each and every day, they formalize some of the informal settlement, even though they are doing that at a very slow pace. But immediately when they formalize, that has an impact on the capacity of the very same treatment plants. Secondly, the treatment plants that were heavy. Fact of the matter is that we can go out here and attend to one. Just in Ward 51 next to phase 7. I think it's third Fontaine or something. They are not being maintained. They are dilapidated as we speak. If we are having 3 treatment plants, you would find that only one is running the entire metro. The rest are dilapidated. There's no maintenance whatsoever that is happening there. So I think that's one of the problems that we have identified. Not only here in Bloemfontein, even the old Danaledi, people are still suffering because there is no what is the service to these treatment plants. The third issue, Chair, we're having an old location here called Freedom Square. I think it's one of the first after 1994 township that was established here in Mangaung. That location, Chair, the problem of sewer permanently, the sewer is there permanently. All of us in Mangaung knows Freedom. Kamantle. It's Bahala Kamantle. So that Freedom Square, the biggest problem that is having is that the pipes, the size of pipes, we're told that the size are too small. And that's what the municipality has realized also. But they are not doing anything in making sure that they change the very same small pipes in order for us to have a smooth running of sewer. So we're able to identify, but when it comes to implementation, we pass budgets and do other things except what the people need in Mangaung. The other one, Chair, there's an element of deliberate blockage or sabotage to the sewer system. And we think this is informed by the system that our municipality is using, the tender system. Because the metro has outsourced everything, we're having yellow fleet is not used, everything is there. They would rather break the very same yellow fleet deliberately so that their friends are able to eat. How can you throw a duvet in a mine hall? No sane person can flush. I don't know what size of a toilet would be that would be able to flush a duvet. You find a skin cow in a mine hall. Lately, I spoke to the MMC of infrastructure. I said, Bravos, but what is happening? And the MMC confirmed that this is deliberate. The service providers that the municipality is having, when the sewer or when there are no blockages, they are finding their own creative ways of making sure that there are sewer spillages everywhere so that they can be able to go back to the municipality and say, we're having a problem. Because they know, instead of municipality using the employees to fix whatever that is the problem, they are not doing that. They are calling their friends who are doing business with the municipality. And if I'm not getting any business, that's why even when people are not dying, owners of mortuaries are praying that people must die so that their business can flourish. Anyone who owns a mortuary during COVID-19 was very happy that things are happening. Our people are dying like flies. So as the case of Mangaung, we're not getting services because people are milking the municipality under the pretext of providing services to our people. That is the sad reality, Chair. And we did not just stop there at complaining. We're having senior management, your Section 56 managers, whom we don't know whether they don't know their work or they are deliberately not attending to issues. We wrote, I think, 2 letters. There were your Rule 38 questions to the municipal manager. Immediately after, I think even before the oversight, asking them, the municipality, because you can't write to the political head of the municipality direct, you have to go via the municipal manager. We wrote asking them questions, requesting a report about the progress made on the challenge of sewer spillages. Even to date, I'm sitting here, Chair. We wrote in February. We still do not have a response from the municipality. So we're having people who are disregarding even those who are elected, like the caucus of Mangaung, of the EFF, where we'll write to them requesting a progress report, because each and every year we pass a budget, we do adjustment budget, and issues of service delivery are part of this adjustment budget. And that is why sometimes as the EFF, we're not even agreeing to pass them, because the money goes through, right through to their pockets. And there is nothing that is happening. Just last week, we marched to the human settlement, requesting that they formalize all the informal settlements in Mangaung. I tell you now, Commissioner, we're not going to get any response. We submitted a memorandum to the Department of Human Settlement. We submitted a memorandum at the municipality. I bet we're not going to get any. Why? Because the 290 million that is meant for formalization, there's a grant from National Treasury amounting to 290 million allocated to Mangaung municipality to say this budget is meant only for formalization of informal settlements every year. We passed it last year. We supported them to say we want to see our people living in better conditions. The year finished. We even did the adjustment budget. Nothing is happening to those informal settlements. But the grants are there. So we're dealing with people who prioritize their own pockets over the citizens of Mangaung, Chair. That is the sad reality. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Ramatlama of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Mr. Ramatlama, I want to start by asking you this question. You're a councillor of Mangaung, am I correct?
Correct, Chair.
You've highlighted some of the root causes of the poor service delivery in Mangaung according to your own experience. I want to go further, because at the end of this inquiry, we also need to come up with recommendations, make proper findings, provide directives, and we need evidence also from our witnesses on, to assist us in formulating our recommendations. And I want to ask you a similar question to the one that I put to Mr. Alexander earlier. What are the root causes? Yes, you've referred to the issue of tender processes and the misuse or abuse of public funds and so on, and also the deliberate blockages of manholes, which I can confirm. We also had a meeting with Mangaung a month or so ago, and that was also conveyed to us. But with regards to the skill level at Mangaung, is there a need to address the skill level? Are you comfortable with the quality or let's use that word, the quality of the staff members of Mangaung? And are you also comfortable with consequence management that is taking place at Mangaung? We read about all these things happening in Mangaung. Every week there's some newspaper report on what is going on in Mangaung. Just yesterday there was damning findings on air pollution on News 24, and I'm going to put those questions to Mangaung when they appear before us on Thursday. But I need to, when I question Mangaung on Thursday, I also need to understand what, according to you, are the root causes for this lack of proper, not even quality services in Mangaung. What, according to you, are the root causes? And then I'll ask the other panel members also to contribute.
Should I answer, Chair? Chair, fact of the matter is that, okay, let me say I believe. This is what I strongly believe, that we don't have people who are qualified to attend to their responsibilities in the Mangaung municipality. And we went to an extent of asking for skills audit to say, are these personnel of Mangaung well placed in their different directorate? And the senior leadership of the municipality don't want to do that. And I'm going to give an example of how things are done and why we find ourselves in this mess. We had a person who was a regional chair of the ANC, who was a senior manager in one of the directorates, a permanent employee of the municipality, running a directorate, but who absconded for about 12 months with full pay, doing organizational work, going to an extent of him being hired a car using resources of the very same municipality. And unfortunately, the very same person, he's going to come before you answering for the deeds of Mangaung now as the speaker. That is the reality, the sad reality. You are having, I think, Chair, you know why the Metro Police was not authorized in Mangaung. Those are the realities that we're living with. In the very same batch that comrades decided these are the creme de la creme in that directory. About 9 of them, if not 12, had criminal records, sentenced, but still they wanted them to serve as Metro Police people or employees from the law enforcement into directorate. So it's not only lack of skills, it's lack of political will, high level of nepotism, where people are hired because they can slug a near. Go and check, there's an entity called Centre. We normally call it a hiring, an agent of comrades of the ANC. Whether they are having standard 2 or standard 3, you will find them wearing overalls and you start to wonder, no wonder why we're having this load shedding. This comrade is now dealing with electricity. But we know that he did not even see the door. He doesn't know the exam room. exam room. He did not have a number to say, yeah, I'm going to an exam center, I'm going to produce a number. They don't have, but they are dealing with our electricity. It's a fact. The high level of corruption, I think corruption is at the center because they take people who are unable to peruse so that they just sign things off for them to make money. We got a forensic report of highway buses. A standard bus here in Mangaung, they bought it with 5.5 million. 10 buses, municipality forked out 50 point something million. For 10 buses that are not operating, they're doing up and down every day. We don't know what is the business of those buses. They don't even have bus stops for that matter. So at the center, it's corruption, lack of political will, skills, dollar.
Thank you, Mr. Ramatlama. Questions, panel? Mr. Modise, starting with you, then you, Ms. Morojele, and then Mr. Mpore. Do you want to ask a question? Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Ramatlama, just two questions from me. You spoke about the overall, challenges, but you did not speak to, the city itself. Your complaint or your evidence was related to, townships and all that. I just want to get your take, on the city itself, more importantly, the downtown, the state in which it is. I'm not sure if you normally walk that side, and I do not want to suggest, answers or questions, things to you, but I just want you to give us an indication of what is your take, your opinion on, the state of, Bloemfontein downtown. Second question is, I'm not sure if you are aware of, we read at some stage of people who were shot at the landfill, who went to dump, through refuse that site. And I just want you to just give us indication on the state of, refuse collection, if you have observed that, and the landfill itself. What would be your take in there? And lastly, just give us, the impact of sewerage spillages in Freedom Square. How has that impacted committee members? You said, since 1994, that was the first township that was, created, and since then, pipes are small and there's just spillages. So we just want you to give us an idea so that even an ordinary person who doesn't know that area may be able to understand the impact of these spillages on ordinary people who live in these communities. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Ms. Morojele?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Ramatlama, for your presentation. I have a few questions. Earlier on, you indicated that most of the sewage spillages take place in the townships. I'm interested to hear from your perspective, why do we not see the same conditions in the suburbs? What is the difference? Is it a difference in leadership? Is it difference in priorities? Because surely if it's a matter of corruption, in order for people to make money from lack of service delivery, wouldn't the same principle then apply in the suburbs? So I'm interested to hear what the discrepancy is. My second question, you indicated the budget, the funds received from Treasury in order to formalize settlements. In your view, why are these settlements not being formalized? What is happening with the funds? And then can you also then provide us with an overview of toilet systems. So beyond sewage spillages, what is the situation in terms of the types of toilets that people have in Mangaung, in terms of bucket toilets, pit latrines, and so on? Thank you.
Mr. Mpore?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Tate. I will just request that you also add on the state of human settlement covering Botshabelo, Tavanchu, as well as Mangaung. The first question that I have is, you in your presentation, you stated that municipalities are failing to do small things, like even changing a small pipe. So my question is, do you believe that Mangaung has a technical capacity to be able to change the challenges that we have? Number 3, my question is that Section 139 of the Constitution confers powers and places an obligation on provincial government to intervene in situations where local municipalities cannot help. So, in your experience, do you believe that the provincial government has an interest in helping local municipalities in the Free State? Or does municipalities approach provincial government for assistance? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramatlama. Those are your questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. The state of the downtown or the city. It's a mess. I don't think we still have a town called Bloemfontein. We don't have, because each and every corner of every street in the city, you would find piles and piles of uncollected rubbish. And that on its own has a negative impact on us as citizens, because I don't think there's any sane business person who will opt to do business in an area like the central business of Bloemfontein. Shops are closing. They are living to the far part of the city because of the state that is in. The level of crime is high. It's no longer safe in Bloemfontein. You would find water running through the streets, clean water running in the CBD. You go to Harvey Road on your way out, approaching St. Lake. We no longer have a tar road there. It's done, it's finished. You have citizens who don't even have a taxi rank that was budgeted 400 million. But today, as we speak, when it's raining, when it's dusty, our mothers and grandmothers are forced to stand outside waiting for a taxi on the street. The streets of the CBD of Bloemfontein are now tend to be taxi rank, because we're given 400 million to build a proper taxi rank, and comrades decided to build a shack that taxi operators themselves refuse to use it. To say, but even 10 taxis can't fit into this thing. We're not going to use it. But 400 million is gone. So who can go and invest in such a city? No one. We're on our own. They are not collecting. There's no collection of refuse there in town. So we're no longer having a city called Bloemfontein West Central Business. Chair. The other thing, the impact of sewer spillages in Freedom Square. Chair, it's very sad that the people of Freedom Square are forced to live the reality that sewer spillages in their own township, it's now a normal thing. Chair, we're no longer complaining about it. It's now normal. When our elders are getting sick because of the very same situation, we're no longer complaining, because when you complain, things are just remaining the same. Our kids are playing with used condoms from the very same sewer spillages. It's a reality to them, it's normal to them. When they go to a clean environment, to them it's shocking. Because all that we're used to, it's their situation in Freedom Square where a poop can just pass by your door while eating. And you just said, maybe kilam must take it next door. Our people are unable to even do smaller businesses because of the very same conditions. Where will I run a smaller spaza shop selling fat cakes and fish bowl? There is no place. We're unable to do business in that environment. There's a place called Bikujo. It's a place that is housing senior citizens of the city. But Chair, the spillage, it's normal to them. The way we are so heartless, we are even forcing our senior citizens to live in such conditions. That's what we are. And problems were identified. People are complaining every day, but the municipality is not bothered. We're passing budget every day, no one is bothering.
We are running out of time, Mr. Ramatlama. If you can wrap up, please.
Yeah. No, it's fine, Chair. I will try to do that. I forgot the name, but Mayor asked a question to say, why not the suburbs? Why not suburbs affected by the polling conditions that we find ourselves in? The administration of the ANC is still scared of the color of the skin. Whatever that they budget for, they make sure that whenever there's a problem in Woodlands, whenever there's a problem in Navalsech, they attend immediately. But coming to us, it's a different story. Because all that we know, the only thing that we have is ourselves. At least when you go to the south part of the town, if they're not getting any services, they're able to even take the municipality to court to enforce them, to give services to them. And the other thing, maybe it's because the high population of ourselves in the township, we are not working, and majority of them are not paying services. Maybe to them they are saying it's value for money. Those who are having money will get services, and those who don't have will be at the receiving end. That is the reality. The monies for informal settlement. the municipality, they have a tendency of diverting funds. Not only diverting funds, the way they are so brave, Chair, they will allocate 5 million to Monna Halat informal settlement and say, no, this 5 million is allocated for Monna Halat for rezoning. You go to Monna Halat, they only put pins to say this is how yards are going to be. 5 million spent, done. They are waiting for another financial year. To do what? To ask people to shift their shekels properly. So it means in order for us to formalize one informal settlement, the municipality will fork out 15 million, giving the, I don't know, I forgot the proper word. They're inflating the prices to say, no, we're going to do surveying for 2.5 million. We're going to put pins for 3 million. Then the budget is done. The people are still in the same conditions. So they have a way of spending the very same grant in a very creative manner, but not rendering services, but the budget will pass to say it's going to do 1, 2. Like I have indicated with the taxi rank, 400 million was forked out, and what the people get? They got a check. And they are still without the taxi rank. But the very same municipality passed a budget of building a taxi rank. Hi. I think we do have capacity, technical capacity. But the biggest problem is the system of sourcing services from other people, because those who are employed to do the work are now rendered useless, in a sense that we're getting a third person to do what they were supposed to do. So in a way, I can say mildly, we do have capacity, but those people that were not tested, we have not yet tested them to their full capacity because of the tender system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramatlama. Your evidence has been extremely helpful to the inquiry. Thank you so much. Thank you also to the people who accompanied you. You are excused, and we will move on to our next witness. Yes, Mr. Ramatlama.
Chair, we're having a document of the very same victims that is good.
Sure.
Can we get the email so that we're able to send it?
We will provide you with it. No problem. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Our next presentation will be that of a very, very well-known, familiar face in the Free State Province. It is the Free State head of the Auditor General South Africa, Mr. Odwa Duda. I know Mr. Duda has been working on that presentation for quite a long time. He was even contacting us over the weekend. So, Mr. Duda, welcome to this inquiry, and thank you so much for agreeing to make a presentation. The information that you're going to provide will be extremely helpful. I earlier referred to perhaps having some outdated information, but after audits have taken place for the previous financial year, I'm sure we will get more updated information. Thank you for agreeing to address the inquiry. I'm also going to request whether you will be taking the oath or affirmation for purposes of your presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm going to take the oath.
Oh, thank you. For the record, Mr. Duda, just state your full names.
My name is Odwa Duda.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence that I will give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duda. You may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and let me also appreciate the invite for us to come and share the work that we have done so far, and how does it link to the issues around about service delivery. I must say that the work that we are sharing here today is the audit outcome for the 21-22 financial year. Because we are still busy with the 22-23, busy with the consolidation, with the intention to publicize the report around about May this year. So what we have done, Chair, in line with the request that we receive, I'll just touch quickly on this slide of the vision, because the work that we do as the auditors, it is based on the constitution of the country. And we do our work so that we can gather the insights in order to enable the oversight. So the work that we do will share with all the role players in the accountability system so that they can be able to fulfill their responsibilities. Then on the next slide, Chair, it's just showing the trend of the outcomes for the past 5 years. When we're looking for the past 5 years, you can see that in our local government, in the province, we still don't have any clean audit. I think it was mentioned earlier this morning. And we've been coming from a period where we used to have a lot of disclaimers and the lack of discipline in the submission of the financial statements on time. I must say that we've seen a trend of eradicating some of the disclaimers over a period of years. But we are still sitting with the municipalities that are struggling to produce credible financial statements. Hence, we are talking about qualified audit opinions. And those ones that are able to have fair representation of the financial statements, they are still having challenges to comply with laws and regulations, and also to deal with the service delivery reporting, which is talking around about the performance reporting. So when we look at this outcome, we are saying that even though over the period of 5 years, we can still see some improvements, but local government still have quite a lot of weak control environment, which is because the daily and monthly controls are not done, proper record keeping is not maintained, there's a widespread non-compliance, material findings, more especially on the issues around about supply chain management, which is resulting to unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. There's quite a lot of disregard because it's something that as long as the municipality is very clear in terms of their delivery, they need to provide these basic services. But when it comes to the performance reporting is the area that they're still disregarding. Weak IT systems, we've observed some municipalities that their systems are even hacked because of the lack of the cybersecurity measures that they have. So we're saying that if we look at some of the key drivers around about this is because of instability in critical leadership positions, and more especially the municipal managers, CFOs, as well as the head of the departments, vacancies in some of the key positions, as well as the lack of capacity and upskilling of the staff that we appoint in these positions, the lack of consequences, as well as the poor planning processes that are not prioritized. Then if we're looking at the non-compliance, I think what we are highlighting here is basically the lack of leadership. You can see the trend in terms of the irregular expenditure, which is rending in billions of rands, and which is not investigated. And because of that, it is creating an environment that is vulnerable for misappropriation, the wastage, as well as the abuse of the state funds. Some of the key drivers for this irregular expenditure is the procurement processes that are not followed, where a competitive process needs to be followed, but we're taking the shortcuts. We don't go and ask for quotations. The lack of complying with the procurement processes, for example, of the declaration of interest, which also have an impact on the lack of producing good quality of the services, because you find out that the people that have an interest, they don't declare. Also the issues around about the tax clearance certificates. So those are some of the key. And what is interesting, if you're looking at the province, we are saying all our municipalities, we report material findings around about the compliance with laws and regulations. And then on the performance reporting area, which is the area that Chair that I said is disregarded for, because it's never been getting attention, because when we produce the audit outcomes, everybody will always focus to the disclaimer, and we talk about the disclaimer, and we miss the part that is talking about the basic key delivery of the municipality, which is the performance reporting. So the performance reporting is start with the planning, and when we're looking at the planning, when they set the indicators, we find out that they set the indicators that you are even unable to measure, to say what is it exactly that they want to achieve with this. With the result that come the end of the financial year, they are unable to measure, to say this is how we perform. So we raise findings on the fact that the indicators is not specific, is not well defined, and is also not measurable. And then come the end of the financial year, when they need to report, I think most of the performance reports that are published by our municipalities, what they indicated as their achievement, they are unable to back it up with the supporting documentation. So I can actually say they're publishing the information that is not accurate, that is not valid, and that is also not complete because of the lack of supporting documentation. Also, we pick up that what they report is not consistent of what they planned, because what you planned is what you promised to the communities, and the expectation is that come the end of the year, you must indicate how you perform. So you find inconsistencies with that. And when we're looking at the root causes, is the prioritizing, which they're not. We also identify that there are no management systems that they are using to support their processes. What processes do they follow with their reporting? The lack of understanding of how they set up these indicators, with the result that they're producing the unreliable reports. Then we're also saying that as part of the processes, there's public participation. So we've seen that municipalities, they go and engage with public. But when they get those inputs from the public, when they start to do the planning, they ignore those inputs that were provided by the community. So they basically end up prioritizing the things that are not of key interest from the citizens. Through dealing with these disclaimers, we started to enforce these additional powers that we have, and specifically in the province, we focused on issuing the material irregularities on all the municipalities that have got disclaimer, because we demand that they produce the judgments, and we also issued the material irregularities to those ones that were not submitting the financial statements. And I think we were able to be successful on the lack of submission because of those material irregularities. Then the municipality started to respond positively and submit. And then on the disclaimers, we're starting to see some traction because of those material irregularities that we issued. On the key service delivery targets that we look at, so what we did, we first look at what are the priorities that are sitting in the provincial strategic framework, and is actually looking at the access for safe drinking water, the household access, the operational wastewater improvement works, as well as sanitation and hygiene. And then we went to the municipalities, we prioritize these key basic services. So we look at the provision of water, electricity, sewage and sanitation, solid waste, housing, as well as the roads. So our team will go out and visit some of these projects so that we are able to see how are the municipalities performing. I must say that, Chair, for 21-22 specifically, you can see the levels of achievement of providing these key basic service deliveries very low. At electricity, they were sitting at about 63%, the water 63%, as well as sanitation is 61%. And one of the things that is driving this lack of being able to provide these services, where they're reporting in their annual reports that even though they planned the things that they want to achieve, they actually report that they achieve zero in terms of the reporting. One of the things that we identify as driving is the lack of the preventative maintenance plans. So the municipalities, they are forever on a catch-up because they're dealing with the emergencies instead of having a planned maintenance to say for this year, these are the infrastructure that we're going to prioritize and make sure that we maintain that. And then these are some of the examples of the projects that we visited. Mangawong, we visited the refurbishment at Southpan, where they achieved zero in terms of the delivery. At Ditlabeng, it was the Park and Pan construction of water and sewer network, where they did not achieve what they planned to achieve, and it was, the target was 2021, and they still not achieve it. At Metsimaholo, they were planning to have the replacement of the old galvanized water pipes, which they only achieved 20% of that. And when we're looking at the root causes, so we're saying, okay, the impact. So we're saying that we observe a significant backlog on the delivery of infrastructure, and the settlements that are not having direct access to the municipal systems, the aging of the infrastructure, as well as the municipalities that are unable to secure and reliably provide water supply, as well as the lack of providing the electricity. So those are the impact that they are living with the communities. And then when we look at the financial health, which is, I think, is one of the problems with our municipalities, that they are unable to provide their services because their finances are poorly managed. And you can see that almost all the municipalities, we've been reporting to them every year to say, you need to deal with your finances because it's starting to threaten your going concern as the institution. But because of the grants that they received, so they end up purely dependent to the grants. You can see that we're indicating that if you're looking at the grants that they receive from national government together, which is the equitable share, together with the conditional grants, they already cover about 40% of their revenue. But if you're looking at the revenue that they generate on their own, it is unrecoverable because of the challenges where the citizens are not paying, because maybe sometimes they even complain about the accuracy of those invoices that they received, or the lack of providing the services. As a result, the recoverability is very low. So instead now of those grants go for infrastructure, they're starting to use them for operational purposes. That is why our infrastructure is not maintained, is aging, because the money that is set for that is not going for that purpose. And when we talk about the lack of recovery, some municipalities, they can't recover in excess of 80% of the revenue that they budget at the beginning of the year. So that shows that with the budgets that is there sitting on paper, it's just worth that paper. But in terms of the delivery, you need funds. So if you're unable to recover, then you don't have funds to provide those services. They're owing quite a lot of money on ESCOM areas in the province. It was ranging about 16 billion as at the end of 21-22. The water boards is about 6.5 billion. And we are saying that they know that they've got challenges, but you get worried when you look at the expenditure side. We're still not prudent in terms of how we manage those funds. We still have a lot of wastage, where we're saying that some of the millions of rands are sitting as part of wasteful expenditure. They are unable to pay their creditors, and then you can see that we are saying that on average, they were taking about more than 800 days to pay for their creditors. The issues of the water distribution loss is very high, sitting at about 50% of those ones. And then if you look at the next slide, I think we just give some of the findings that we did, because we send our teams to go out and visit these projects. And when they visit these projects, these are the type of findings that they share. That the contractors that are not paid, not applying the sound principles of project planning, ineffective project management, the lack of maintenance plans, and underperformance by the contractors, of which the consequences are not held accountable. And the impact because of those priorities which are not prioritized, our projects are delayed. The project costs are increasing, there's quality defects, and sometimes you don't get value for money out of that. So you can see that out of those that we visited, we listed, these are just a few. There's more of those municipalities where we went and look at the environmental visits, where we go and visit the wastewater treatment works. And what we found when we identified those ones, that basically, I think the whole province, we find quite a lot of wastewater treatment works that are dysfunctional. That is why we're talking about the sewer that is all over the streets. What we started doing with those ones, we issued the material irregularities based on our extended powers to these municipalities to force them to respond to these. And we also referred these matters to the Department of Water and Sanitation so that they can be able to support them. I know of some of the municipalities, for example, at MEP as well as Masilonyana, there were already some of the ministerial directives that we issued to Val Central, which is the former water board, Bloom Water, for them to go and support this. So I think our powers now are triggering that whoever has got the mandate to deal with this, they are able to push it. We also referred the one on the landfill sites to the environmental affairs for them to start acting, because we believe that with the current state of these facilities, they are causing harm, substantial harm to the public. And I think a lot of presenters, complainants that started this morning, we've been talking about the impact that it has, taking the lives of the people. People are getting sick and so on. So that is why we are issuing as material irregularities because of that. And then also there was another material irregularity that we issued at Machabeng, where the contractor was paid 7 million for building the Anchuenshin Dam, and when we go and visit, and we couldn't find the dam. So we're starting really to practice our powers, and we referred that matter to the Hawks. So the Hawks now are busy investigating, and I know they're at a very advanced stage to deal with those matters. Then on the next slide, we're just highlighting the type of grants that are there, but when we visit them, I think the similar problems that we are highlighting, that these grants are not used for intended purposes, and also, and because of the lack of the principles for project management and planning, that is the result that these grants, we're not seeing the impact that is intended for these grants. And then on the next slide, I just share, is giving you at a high level the material irregularities that we issued for local government in the province. So far, we issued 50 of those material irregularities. And we are preventing a material loss that is estimated at 423 million. Most of these MIs that we issued in the province are more around about the substantial harm, either to the public sector institution or to the public. So you can see that the ones that we issued for when we visit the wastewater treatment works as well as the landfill sites, we issued about 19. So we issued about, made referral, and we still issue more. I was listening to the complainant from Metsimaholo. Dennisville is one of them. I know you talk about Dennisville. Also, we issued the material irregularity as well for Orangeville, for Metsimaholo. So there's quite a lot of these material irregularities that we issue so that we can push the acting and of the accounting officers to take to rectify what we have identified. Then the last part of the presentation, Chair, is just to speak to our new strategy, because I think our new strategy is what is helping us to be able to drive this shift. So I think you mentioned earlier about our culture shift strategy, because our intention is for us to move, to have a stronger and more direct and consistent impact to improving the lived reality of South Africans. So the audit that we do is about improving the lived experience of the citizens. And we started a journey where we started a baseline of plotting our auditees in the continent, where we're looking at the worst performing as those ones that are doing harm, and the ones that are performing good as the ones that are doing good. And we are saying, because the culture shift for 2030, we are saying by 2030, we want to see 30% of our auditees sitting at doing good. and at least live with only 10% that is sitting at doing harm. Also, it must be the number as well as the budget so that our spending is going to the right places. And based on the work that we have done now, bulk of our auditees are sitting at doing harm. So we started to draft the culture shift plans and engage with them so that we can guide them what are the things that they need to prioritize in order to move out of doing harm to doing good. And we do that by providing insights, and we engage, we identify a number of stakeholders that we want to use to influence. So that is the people that are going to have the right authority to influence for this change. And we're saying that those are our key objectives, the insights and influence. And if those are failing, we're definitely going to enforce. We use our enforcement powers through issuing those material irregularities. As you know, that if the accounting officer doesn't implement our recommendations, then they become remedial action, and then you've got no option but you have to implement. The intention for this culture shift is because we want to shift our auditees towards, we call this party. And this party means that we want to have the auditees with high performance, high accountability, institutional integrity, as well as transparency that we want to see in the public sector culture. Then this slide, Chair, the next one is what we see as our critical success factors, is where we're plotting all we see as who are the people need to play a role to shift the culture in the public sector. And if you're looking at local government specifically, we're saying that it starts with the officials, with the leadership that is provided by the accounting officers. And we are saying that we need to see more of usage of the audit committees, because this is where you bring in the expertise so that we can improve our internal control environment. And then also we're focusing quite a lot of the coordinating institutions, which is treasuries, COGTA, as well as the Office of the Premier, where we're starting to dig deeper on the indicators. That are they just putting indicators just for compliance purposes, or is it going to be the indicators that is going to influence and change in the public sector? So if COGTA, they've got a mandate to support the municipalities, how do they support? How do they make sure that the support that they provide is the support that is going to make a change, so that we don't celebrate clean auditing on this side, but we're seeing that our municipalities are going down. And then the last one, Chair, is the type of the call to action that we've been making over a number of years. So one is around about the competent, skillful officials. I hear there was a complaint that talked about the skills audit. Is something that we are encouraging, because we said, create a baseline, understand what you have, what you are missing, so that as part of your recruitment strategies, you recruit what you don't have. Then we are saying that the intervention and the support by the provincial treasuries, COGTA and Premier, it should be something that has an impact, that they must adopt a zero tolerance approach when it comes to the non-compliance, and they must develop principles of sound project planning, effective project management, monitoring of project milestones, as well as the quality of work performed. And then we said also they must prioritize the provision of the critical services, and then also develop the maintenance plans, which is the area that we believe that is lacking. And then lastly, we said the municipal council through MPEC must swiftly investigate these unwanted expenditure, because currently we think we've got that culture of impunity. Then we believe that if you implement consequences, we're starting to see a shift. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Duda. It's impressive work. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Panel members, questions? There shouldn't be. Okay, there is.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Duda, for that. I'm interested to find out, you spoke about referring matters to other departments such as the Hawks, Department of Water and Sanitation. I'm interested to know your relationship with those institutions. And then further to that, as sister organizations, Chapter 9s, what is a way that we can work together and support each other at a provincial level in order to address these challenges that we see. Thank you.
Mr. Mpore?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Duda. In your presentation, you said that you've also seen an improve in terms of submission of financial statements. Is that due to the appointment of consulting agency? And if it's so, do you know perhaps how much municipalities are spending on paying consulting agencies for financial statements? Thank you.
Just those two questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Yes, on the first one, on the referrals, what we've done, we spend quite a lot of time of understanding what are the other government bodies and what is their mandate. So in whatever we identify, we will try to match whether is it something that we can resolve internally, or if is there another state institutions that they have the right mandate. So we've entered into the memorandum of understanding, I think we almost with all. I know that there are referrals that we made even to the public protector. Based on some of them we made to the SIU. So all those institutions, we start by building that memorandum of understanding. With the other chapter 9s in the province, it's something that we've been always doing, working closer with the other chapter 9s and provincial and build those relationships. I know that, for example, we do have quite a lot of engagements, for example, with the provincial public protector to also eliminate the duplication, so that if you believe that you've got a more mandate to deal with that, you deal with it, and also to have those engagements so that you share the risk as well, so that we are able to get pointed to out. I know that even in the past, we used to have quite a lot of interactions with the Human Rights Commission as well, where we used to have those meetings for the Chapter 9. So I think it's something that we need to keep on making sure that we build stronger and stronger. On the improvement of the financials, the improvement is because when we started to issue those material irregularities, we also escalated them up to the level of the Premier. So it was mostly because of the tone that was set in the province, and also the penalties that Provincial Treasury is starting to put, where they said, if you don't submit your financials, I'm going to withhold part of your conditional grant or your equitable share. And because they want those funds, then they will start to react. The consultants, yes, the consultants in some areas, they contributed in providing the right skills. But what we are saying, we're starting to see some improvement in the province, where we're starting to see some good examples of the municipalities that are going to use consultants for expert advice. So you will prepare your financial statements in-house, they will come and review your financials. And it's something that we are preaching, because we're starting to see that if you prepare those financials in-house, you're starting to take ownership of it. You're starting to build your own capacity so that you report. So, but in terms of the spending is still high. If I remember the figures for 21-22, they were roughly around about 50 million or so on the usage of consultants. It's still high, but we are still encouraging them to place lesser reliance on the use of consultants, but build your own capacity within the institution. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. There's a late contributor here who wants to ask a question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Actually, this is informed, Mr. Duda, by just mentioning Treasury. My question is, we have heard that there's monies that are returned to Treasury, which were, budgeted for specific projects, and what I would like to hear from you is, if the expenditure is that high, why do we still have monies being returned without being committed to projects, when these monies were budgeted for, which are supposed to be, really giving services to people? I think that's the question that I have for you. Thank you.
Mr. Duda?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes. So when we're looking at these grants, these are conditional grants. So it is based on what you submitted, that this is what you're going to do. But because of the lack of funds that the municipality is experiencing, they're starting to use them for operational purposes and not used for what is intended. So because you didn't meet the conditions of the grant, then Treasury will deduct it. So what we see mostly in local government, because they don't have cash, so you won't see transactions that move from the municipality back to Treasury, but you'll see it through the reduction of the equitable share. And they are taking it mainly because of the fact that those funds were not used for what was intended for. So if it was to build the road, they use it for salaries, then Treasury will take that portion as part of the equitable share. Yeah. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Duda. Once again, it was a valuable presentation. It will really assist us in formulating our findings and recommendations. So thank you for the hard work over the weekend. We really appreciate it. You are released. Thank you. Right, there's one more presentation that stands between us and lunch, and that is Department of Water and Sanitation. It's Dr. Ntidi. My office is advising me, Dr. Ntidi, that you have a 62-slide presentation. You only have 20 minutes to present those 62 slides. So please, high-level overview. All right, Dr. Ntidi. Which do you prefer, the oath or affirmation? Affirmation. For the record, please state your full names.
My name is Tidison Didi.
Please repeat after me. I solemnly affirm that the evidence that I shall give.
I solemnly to give the
I solemnly affirm that the evidence that I shall give.
The evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
But the truth.
Thank you, Dr. Ntidi. We are in your hands for that 20 minutes presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm waiting for the presentation to be reflected. Okay, thank you. Without waste of time, as you have also mentioned, we've got so many slides. I will just try to look at the important points which are really of use for this particular session. I think the demographics and other statistics I'm not going to deal with, as we are really aware about the current status of the Free State. We can pass. And even also the distribution of the population, we can move. But the most important thing is the understanding of our water business. We have to understand that the water that is really being distributed or utilized at municipality level, it has to begin somewhere, it has to start somewhere. And the most important thing that we are really trying just to have, we have to understand the catchment and where the rivers and our groundwater and even rivers and the most important parts where the source is. What we are really trying just to say, most of the municipalities, they don't even concentrate around the raw water. And that is why the dams are really of less importance to them, and we found that when there's a drought, we are really having some challenges and so on. Then that is the beginning, therefore, in terms of the level in which we have to deal with. The second part is when this water from being the raw water being taken and being distributed and being taken for the processing is very key and critical also. And that particular water has to be energized. People, they have to work there. They need to be able to pump and so on. And there will be some facilities which are really of importance. If those facilities are not in a good state, it means that even that raw water, it will never be able to reach even those facilities. And those facilities we'll be talking about the water treatment works, we'll be talking about the pump stations, and also the type and the length of our network is very critical, and the water that has to go direct to the household. And also there's another part which is very critical, the sanitation. When the water has been utilized and so on, it needs to go back again to the river, but it has to reach that particular sources with a certain standards. Then that is very critical also of importance. And if at all we understand that particular value chain, is then we can be able to just say when we are really saying there is a big problem or there is a challenge of water and so on. Because when we just say there's no rain and the dams are not full, it means that towards the end, the water is not going to reach even our people from the taps. Can we move? Now coming up with these facilities, let's go to the water treatment works, which is very important and so on. In the province, we are really challenged. Almost 64% of our water treatment works are really operational. And definitely we are really feeling and starting to be challenged. About 11% we are really dysfunctional, which means that definitely they will also give, as a problem in terms of water that will be produced through those particular areas. I wanted also for us just to understand that. And also what is very important that even the status of our reservoirs and the pump stations are really of critical and so on. They are not in a very good state even in the province. Can we move? Now, in terms of the sanitation, the wastewater treatment works, even the system, we are still also faced with the same type of problems and so on. We found that about almost 59 are really dysfunctional and are really getting some big problems and so on in the province. And even also the related even facilities are also having some problems in the province. Can we move? Now, looking and zooming to the municipalities, we've got certain municipalities which are really not in a good shape, which we feel that in terms of our blue drop, because the blue drop is the same like Ota General, because we have to go back to these municipalities, go and check the state in which how the water is being processed and all the related facilities and so on. But just to give now, there are some municipalities like Pumelelas, and there are municipalities like Tukoloho, and municipalities like Mafubes and Malutapofu, which are really critical, in a critical state and so on. And we need to be able to provide even support and to be able to ask them to attend to those particular issues which have been identified. What is really critical is the department has some inspectors which are coming and on the monthly and quarterly basis, and to go and see whether this status of the reports of the blue drops are really being taken very seriously and so on and so on. And we are really trying even to write them even the directives. Can we move? Can we move? Again, as I've also mentioned, the status of our blue drop in the province which have been released, it is not of a good shape, because some of the municipalities, they have also regressed. And we had to be able to try to assist them, and we are also giving them support, we are giving them some training, but at the end of the day, there are some problems within the municipalities in terms of what they are really encountering in order to be able to do what we have already assessed or what we are really finding as the issues on the ground. Can we move? The green drop is the one which is really dealing with the sanitation. As I've also mentioned, it is not very good also in the province. Most of the municipalities, they are really at a critical state and so on. it means that they're really discharging. In other words, they're really giving a threat to environment. Even they can also give a threat even to the human beings and so on, because at the end of the day, we can even try to have even the waterborne diseases, if at all, they can't be able to treat even those effluent when they are really taking it back to the source. Let's move. Now, in terms of different districts, I'm not going to go in deeper details, but I'll just give a highlights. We have also given the details per district and what is really the real problem and so on, even the plans that we are really trying to do. Maybe I can be able to deal with one or two. Let's move. There is what we call the water reliability services that we are also dealing with. We are assessing the municipality to look at whether how they are really providing that particular water in an uninterrupted way and so on, and the reliability of those particular water to be able to be provided to our communities and so on. But if at all you can look at the RIP, 68%, it's really a big issue and so on, which is really a very good one. But the index, which is almost about 32, that needs to be increased to almost about 90% to achieve the goal of where they're not going to be uninterrupted and so on. What we are really emphasizing is we have also looked at each and every town to look at what really causes water not to be there and to be given to the households and so on. But we are really working and putting some plans with those particular municipalities and so on to look at even reliability services. We have also dealt with what we call a 5-year reliability in our plans also to look at how a municipality can also try to improve their particular situation. Can we move? These are statistics. I'm not going to go back to them. Can we move? Can we move? What we are really proposing, when we have also seen the district looking at the municipality in our town by town, we are also looking at what are the core problems, what are the core challenges, what is the underlying for that water not to be there. Then we can be able to look at maybe you find it at certain instances, the refurbishment of the infrastructure, the old aging of infrastructure is there, and there are so many spillages which are there and so on, which is really the biggest issue is going to be the operations and maintenance, lack of funding. They can't be able to sustain their particular services and so on. And then we can be able to look at the interventions that needs to be given also to those municipalities. Can we move? That it was Mohokari, and then I think it's the same like any other municipalities. Those are really going for each and every municipality and town per town. We can be able just to see what is the real problem. Let's move. Let's move. I think it really covers everything. Even the Harip, we can move. Lejole Putsa, we can also move. We can move and pass.
You can conclude, Dr. Ntiri.
Yes.
We have your presentation.
Yes, I want to go to the last slides. Can we move? 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 Can we go to the last slides? Can we move? Can we skip all the districts? Okay.
I think we must also consider putting that in our report. Can you move?
Yeah, again, what we have also tried to highlight as one of the recommendations also, we've got certain type of grants in the department. I think we need to now, as a government, we have to put all our grants together, and they need to target to a certain purpose. And we are also trying to ask even the MIG, they should have a component of the 10% of operations and maintenance. This is what we are really trying to do. Integrations in terms of the planning should be there, and especially with the human settlement, because there will be a certain development happening and there will be demanding water, and we find that municipality has not even having all the necessary information. Can we move? Okay. I think what is also missing around here, There's another slide which is also missing around here. There was a summit that we had this year in January. The municipalities were called in terms of those who performed very badly in terms of the blue drop and the green drop. And mostly in the Free State, we had even almost about 14 even municipalities out of the local, which are Water Service Authority. And what we really put it, even our minister have also as a stance for the department, those municipalities have to also to do their particular corrective action plan, which is aligned with what we have also assigned and so on. But as we can be able to report it even till today, they were supposed to have also given those reports even by February. Few of them they have also submitted, and we have also tried even to go back and just to check what is the real problem. But definitely the issues of water and sanitation is not being taken very seriously. And the issues of funding, even though we can be able to do it even on our side. We've got another slide that I wanted just to show the investment over the about 3 years, the MTF, but mostly we are really supporting the municipalities, but sometimes we are really faced with a situation that the delays at the municipality levels in terms of the procurement, and also sometimes they are really taking and using the money for other purposes instead of using it for the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ndidi. Questions, panel members?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Dr. Ntili. We have had here today some of the municipalities, they don't have a water development plan. So I just wanted to find out what is your department role against such municipalities? Number two, I just wanted to check if whether in the province currently, do we have a regional bulk infrastructure grant project currently happening? And how many has been completed for this financial year? And how many households are to benefit from those projects? Thank you very much. Or perhaps maybe if there are certain ones that have gone beyond or exceeded the regional budget, you can also state if there are such. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Modise.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just one question, Dr. Ndidi. We have learned that there's a lot of clean water that we lose in municipalities, and through pipes that are leaking and all that. And obviously this is water that is paid for. How is the Department of Water and Sanitation planning to assist municipalities in curbing these losses? Because obviously that water will be quantified on residents. Somewhere, somehow, someone has to pay it, and it will go to the pockets of residents. And thank you.
Right, Dr. Ntidi, the Water Services Act makes provision for the minister to intervene if a water services authority is not executing its responsibilities. Now, I know you're not the minister, but have you ever considered making recommendations to your DG, for example, to advise the minister to intervene in any municipality, any water services authority in the Free State? If not, why not? And if yes, which water services authorities were those?
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think the presentation which was really flighted, it has also skipped some slides. There were some slides which are really showing some projects which are completed. I don't know whether can you also show it to us? Do you have it? We are almost having about 67 projects. But I think if at all we can fly to that, I can be able to go for municipality to municipality. We can be able just to see, which is very important. And also we can even look at even the allocations that we are really having even per year, We have also made for the 3 years, but currently we are also having for this current financial year, we are still talking about 1.5 billion rand, which we are really dedicated for those particular projects. Now, in terms of now looking at the issues of how we can cap and making sure that water is really of importance, is really being kept and being protected. We've got some programs called the Water Conservation and Demand Management. And also we are really having even also program, the non-revenue water program also, where we are really encouraging the municipality to be able to protect and just to look at even the efficiencies, even the per capita in our usage per day and so on, which is which is very important for us by attending to all those particular, the old infrastructure which is there, how they have to have some replacement, the using the meters and so on, and also to have a proper capital, you know, as the programs that they have to do and so on. But it is not only by looking at that, we are also going, even looking at the efficiencies that it has to be done even at particular, you know, as treatment works. And also by looking at the no-drop program that we have also trying to look at. Municipality, they need to do their particular asset from A up to Z. If at all they can't be able to measure, they can't be able to manage. Then we are really trying just to look at that the credit in our facilities to be able to deal with that is very key, and that is really important that we can be able to deal with that. Now, in terms of the water services, Section 63 is of importance, and that is where the interventions are coming in. There are some projects which I wanted to also to have also flighted also here. Even let me finish first with the one that has been put across there. No, let's go back. Let's go back to those ones. Yes. The number of projects that we are really having, we've got almost about, for 2023, we had almost about 69, and they are really cutting across the value chain. The value chain is not only looking at the taps, even they're going even back in terms of, you know, what's big distribution pipes, and also looking at even the sanitation, the bucket eradications, and so on. And the completions, plan for completions for the 2023, we were really having about 25. Can we move to the identified projects which we had in terms of the minister intervening? One of them is Machabeng. Machabeng, in terms of Section 63, we, Malutuapofu, we have also looked at Malutuapofu because there's a total dysfunctional of the water and the sanitation, especially the sanitation. We are really looking at the project about 2 billion rand in Malutuapofu. Machabeng, we are also, because of the spillages, network, which are, we are really talking about 3 billion, which is really happening there. And also Mangaung in terms of refurbishment of Velberacht pipeline, because there was a continuous pipe burst in terms of the water, which was, the pipes which was really managed by Bloom Water, which is now called the Val Central. And then we have also intervened around that. Can we have another one? Where the Val Central is taking part, and it's Mantsopa and Masilonyana and Mafube. We have also put even the Val Central to come in and assist those particular municipalities.
All right, Dr. Ntiri, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. We will engage with you further when we draft our report. Thank you very much. You are released.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch. It is, what's the time now? It's 10 to 2. May I request that we return, can we make it, allow you half an hour lunch? Is that in order? And we return 20 past 2. 20 minutes past 2 if possible. Thank you. Inquiry is adjourned. All right, I want us to start. Mokari, I'm looking at you. All right, will both of you be providing evidence? Both of you? All right.
Yes, Chair.
All right, just for the record, just state your names, your job designations, and then you can either take the oath or the affirmation. Let's start with you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mopedi Mohale, the acting municipal manager for Mohokar Local Municipality.
All right, which do you prefer, the oath or the affirmation?
The oath.
Both? All right. Just raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Yes. And you, sir? Your name, just state your name and job designation.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kumbozo Shamase, and I'm the PMU manager.
You are the PM?
PMU manager
What
from
is that?
Mohokare Local Municipality. It is a
Performance management.
manager of the project management unit within the municipality.
All right. All right. Which do you prefer, the oath or affirmation?
The oath.
Oath. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Right, acting MM, you are on the floor. We requested you to provide us with information. You know, we've received so many complaints about service delivery issues in the province, and your municipality is not excluded. How do you intend addressing the commission?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Is it switched on? Do you see a green light? Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Better.
We've received a notice that we must come and appear before the commission. We did submit the written submission. We submitted it as per the request of the commission. We are in Mohokar Local Municipality. For those who don't know it, it's at the southern part of the Free State, close to the Eastern Cape and Lesotho, with the main town being Zastron, another town being Rouvel and Smithfield. Just for a disclaimer, I've been seconded there by COGTA provincially to act as the municipal manager. One is because the senior management, there's no senior management in that municipality. The municipal manager has been suspended. The CFO has been suspended. We don't have the director for corporate services. It's a vacant post. Also, the director for community services is a vacant post. We only have the director technical services, whose term is ending now in June. But all the processes are unfolding in terms of the disciplinary processes of the two senior managers. I've also advertised for the position of the directors, corporate services and community services. We have already shortlisted. We anticipate by end of May, those positions will be filled. I just wanted to highlight that up front. The municipality, in terms of our population, we are approximately more or less 35,000, and most of our community are indigent. We are solely dependent on grants as the municipality. Although economically we are strong in agriculture as a sector that we proud ourselves in Mohokare, in those 3 towns. Based on our problem of the issue of water and sanitation, the municipality have been struggling to implement water and sanitation projects for the past years, to an extent that the money that was allocated for those projects were utilized for operational cost. And then what we did immediately when we arrived in December, it was for us as the municipality, the management, to come into a memorandum of understanding or agreement with the district municipality, so that all the monies of projects, more especially the MIG projects, they are being regazetted, they are going straight to the district. What we do as the municipality, out of the projects that were still outstanding, that needed to be implemented, with the little money that is left into those projects, we'll work closely with the service provider to implement, and also MISA. MISA will come and verify the work that has been done. The money will go straight to the service provider after implementing based on the deliverables. That's how we try to make sure that the money does not sit in the municipal account, because it was, I will say, I don't want to say illegally, but it was wrongly used for other matters. We have also come into an agreement with the National Treasury to repay all the money that was used for under MIG, that was used for wrongful reasons. We have made an arrangement with them to repay that money within the next 4 tranches. Currently, we have paid about 2 tranches to them. We are left in July, we'll be paying the 3rd tranche. The last tranche, it will be in December this year, so that the municipality can start operating accordingly in terms of implementing the projects. Currently, we are, in terms of our water and sanitation, in terms of the performance, we are at around 85% as the municipality. We do have a shortfall in terms of our implementation of our water and sanitation, more especially in areas that were informal settlements. We have those informal settlements in Zastron, in Ruvel. But what we did engage the human settlement provincially to make sure that we formalize those areas. Currently, there are projects the department have already appointed service provider for reticulation, water, and sanitation in those areas. It is in Refengkgotso, Extension 10, it is in Zastron, where an allocation already has been allocated by the department, but the money will be spent directly by the department. They are not going to transfer it to the municipality. For reasons that I have said, it's better these allocations must go direct to the district, or the department must on its own implement with us these projects. Another one is the one in Ruvel. Also, that one is the Extension 5. It's another infrastructure project for water and sanitation that is going to be implemented for the current financial year. We are anticipating that by the end of this financial year, our financial year, those projects will be finished because they've already started. The one of Zastron is at around 95%, the project, and the one of Ruvel also is at a higher level, more than 85%. We are anticipating those projects will be finished by end of June this financial year, so that we don't have issues of rollovers and all those things. In terms of also electricity, we have also the money for electricity, for electrification of those informal settlement has been allocated, but the money, the same with MIG, it is in the kitty of the district municipality, Karib district municipality. We signed the MOU with them to say immediately the service provider is appointed as it is currently to electrify those households. The district will directly pay the service provider. and we'll get the projects when it is finalized through the handover of the projects. Those are the ones in terms of electricity. But we are currently not anticipating that our projects won't be finished as per the plans and the deliverables and the service level agreement that we had with both the district and the service providers that are on site. Chairperson, I'll also give over, I don't want to take everything. I'll also deal with the issue of the revenue. Currently, the municipality was solely dependent on water as a source of revenue. But we had a service level agreement with Centlec. That service level agreement ended in December last year. We then said as the municipality, we must do our electricity on our own because the issue of Centlec, the municipality was not raising any revenue out of that service. We have appointed the new service providers that are under the municipality for implementing our electricity. We are anticipating that through our prepaid meters, we are going to be able to raise revenue so that we are not only dependent on water as a source of revenue. That process, it has unfolded. We have started that process. So we don't have Centlec in our area anymore. But we never wanted any disruption of services. We said there should be a proper transition. That transition started in January, and it has ended with Centlec. In terms of the backlogs that we are having, we are very delighted that both Department of Water and Sanitation, out of the challenges that we have of our infrastructure, more especially our wastewater infrastructure and drinking water infrastructure, because of the dilapidations and vandalism that happened, the Department of Water and Sanitation, they've agreed and provided certain funding allocated for us for the current financial year so that we complete all those projects that were standing still for the past years. The one is in Zastron, the Rifengotso, because there were issues that I believe that they were also raised about the sewer spillage that was happening in Zastron, Rifengotso area. Therefore, allocation was put aside so that we refurbish that infrastructure so that the community of Zastron or Rifengotso, they don't suffer the consequence of hazardous environment. They've also allocated funding for also the Smithfield and Ruvel projects that were still standing without them being completed. And I believe that working together with them and COCTA and MISA, we are able to implement some of those projects without any hassles. Chair, I will give over to our head of project management unit if there are issues that I did not touch so that he can elaborate more. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the opportunity. I think I'll touch more on the services that are supposed to be provided to our communities as per the Constitution. I'll start maybe by talking, giving a high-level report on the sanitation side of it, which I know one of the complaints that the Commission has been getting quite frequently is the issue of the sewer spillages, specifically in Matlakeng, Rifengotso, which is a township in Zastron. It is true, indeed, we have been having challenges as a municipality in terms of dealing with the sewer spillages there. However, the municipality has now got plans in place because currently, as Dr. Ndili, I think in his presentation as well, has indicated that MIC has now allowed us the opportunity to at least get or be able to utilize 10% of our MIC funding to do refurbishment work, which we then trying to take full advantage of that. We've taken matters even to council to try and refurbish our Zastron wastewater treatment works, because you will see also in the green drop status that it is one of the poor performing plants within the municipality. So we need to get that back into operational. We are still under project registration phase on that. But together, what we are also doing is still in Zastron. We are currently busy through a project funded by MIC to upgrade the wastewater outfall line. That's a project currently under construction and will be completed by the end of March 2024, which should very much reduce the number of spillages. But in addition to that, now specifically talking to Rifengotso, is that we are currently busy as well with constructing a new sewer reticulation line there. The project is also on construction and is due for completion on the 21st of April. So with those three components, we're really hoping that the issue of sewer in Zastron specifically would be contained there. We're also doing some work as well in terms of sanitation in Smithfield. We've got a project funded by Department of Water and Sanitation. We are upgrading the outfall sewer line there. It's a project that is really more of a proactive project, if I can put it that way, Commissioner. We're saying that because we're not really experiencing quite challenges, and we don't want to wait for sessions like these whereby there's challenges in terms of sewer for us to actually do reactive work. So we are just busy there upgrading that outfall sewer line because there are new sites that are going to be issued out very soon, and we want to be in a position to be able to accommodate those new developments in Smithfield. So going back as well to Ruvel, which is our other town, still sticking with sanitation. We are having about 885 settlements there in the Station 6, like the MM has indicated. There is a contractor there, actually, that has been appointed and who should finish the project by the end of the financial year. But another burning issue, which I know is with regards to water. There's the issues of sanitation, but with regards to water, we are also utilizing the grants, most especially from Department of Water and Sanitation, to deal with our water and sanitation issues, specifically on water now. In Zastron, we currently in 2022 completed the upgrading of the Zastron water treatment works. We currently are not able to meet the daily demand that is expected from our plant to be able to provide sufficient drinking water to our residents. So the intention is to upgrade the water treatment works. Phase 1, like I've indicated, has been complete, and we are now in the process with the Department of Water and Sanitation to fund phase 2, which will now see us being able to meet our demand. Currently, we are operating at 2.7 megaliters per day, where we should be supposed to be sitting at 3.4. So that obviously talks a lot to our water shortages and our current state right now. So we await that funding in order to complete that project. Moving on into Ruvel, we don't necessarily have issues of bulk in terms of our water sources. We are having Kalkoenkrans Dam, where the water treatment works is situated. Currently now, we are upgrading of our water treatment works there. The water treatment works is in 3 phases, which is the mechanical, electrical, and civil. We have now completed the civil part of that project, and we now need to appoint a contractor to do the mechanical and electrical component of that project, which is a process that is currently underway, and we should be having a contractor on site by the end of April. We are on procurement processes on that one. So that will also assist us to actually increase the amount of bulk water that we are providing to our communities. There is currently, we need to be quite frank about it, is that we are not able to provide water on a 24-hour basis in Ruvel. We are currently using a water shading system, which I think we can agree that it is not in terms of the constitution. Now we are going to implement that project, complete it, so that we avoid issues of water shading in Ruvel. In Smithfield, which is the last town, we currently refurbish the water treatment works there. We are able to actually meet the water demand there. Our challenges are only really when there is issues like pipe burst or maintenance that is required on our lines that we seem to struggle a lot. But there is already a project that has been approved by the Department of Water and Sanitation there, also to bring in water from the Caledon River, purify it and provide it to the community of Smithfield. Currently, we're utilizing water from Smithfield Dam, which has also been cited in the Blue Drop report that the raw water characteristics of that source is actually not good for consumption. So it is actually costing the municipality a whole lot of money to get the water purified to the standard that it should be in terms of SANS 241. So we are then looking at moving away to that, but funding has already been allocated for the project, which is the Smithfield Park Water Supply Project there. I think I will end that, Commissioner, with your permission.
Any additions, Acting MM?
Yes, Chair, I think it's on the issue of we have also a high vacancy rate at the Technical Service Department, but that matter, we are still dealing with it. We are looking into the organogram of the municipality and also looking at the issue of the budget so that those critical posts are being filled as a matter of urgency. Thanks.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Panel members, questions to the municipality? Ms. Morojele, followed by Mr. Mpure and the Acting PM.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions, but I think my colleagues have other questions as well, so I'll leave some of them for the second round. An issue you didn't touch on is roads. So we've noticed that the roads in Mohokari are in a terrible situation. When we speak with stakeholders such as the South African police services in the area, when we speak to managers at health facilities, the state of the roads impacts on their resources in terms of ambulances and police vehicles. Indirectly, the state of the roads is creating additional problems for other departments. And so I'm interested to hear what are your plans in terms of repairing the roads. And then I'm also interested, you mentioned that there's a high vacancy rate in terms of the technical professionals. Can you perhaps indicate to us what percentage of the projects undertaken by the municipality are outsourced? What is leading to what are the causes of the high vacancy rate? Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, gentlemen, for gracing us with your presence today. My questions relates to water development plan. Section 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 of the Water Services Act makes provision for that. So it's a requirement for each and every municipality to have that. So the question is, does your municipality have one? And second question is that Section 39 of the Section 139 of the Constitution confer powers and place an obligation on the provincial government to intervene in local government. Has provincial government intervened in your municipality where you could not provide services? Have you also requested provincial government to intervene in cases where you could not provide services to the public? The third question is, when I was reading your presentation, you say that most of the pump stations are vandalized by community members, and then you also have a high vacancy for security officers. What are the challenges in filling the positions of security officers? Somewhere in the document, you also say that you have conducted a skills audit and it's complete. So what were your findings in that skills audit? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thanks, Acting MM. My question is related to the presentation that you have given us, that you sent to Human Rights Commission. Specifically, I want to start with water, challenges that you have raised in 10.3 to 10.4 of your presentation that we have here. And I note that, you have outlined 3 towns, which is Zastron, Matlakeng, and Mohakari NU. And I just want to understand, you also have a part where you speak about the number of households, where in Zastron you said it's 1,893. And then you then mentioned that pipe water inside the yard is 748. So number of households is 748. So would I understand that in Zastron, you have 1,893 households, and yet you are able to provide piped water only to 748 households, and therefore that leaves 1,145 households without water. And as you go on in Matlakeng also, you will see you have 13,714 households, and then you say piped water inside the yard is 3,901, and therefore that gives you 9,813 households. Do I take it that these are households without water? I think that is the first question that I have, including also Mohokare NU, where you state that 5,913 are your households, and 2,180 are households that have water. And therefore, that will give you, again, 3,733 households without water. What I want to understand from you, Acting MM, is with these households who do not have water, what plans do you have, and what causes the municipality not to be able to provide, these households with water? My second question is whether these are paying, residents, they are paying their rates, because you said earlier on your submission that your revenue collection is basically from water. So what I want to establish from you is whether these households that are not provided with water, are they paying, or these ones which are having piped water, are they the only households that are paying, and therefore that's why they are given water by municipality? And I think, let me just leave that, and I'll get a second chunk if Commissioner allows me. Thank you.
Acting MM, you've referred to many incidents of water shedding, specifically in Rouville. The panel members have identified specific areas where community don't have regular access to water provision. Now, you know that Section 27 of the Constitution is clear that each and every citizen is entitled to a sufficient water provision. If there's water shedding, and if you cannot provide water to certain areas, and you have laid out all these nice plans of, this project is underway, and this one you're waiting for funding, and so on. But if people don't have water, and the same applies to sanitation, especially in the informal settlements, what kind of sanitation facility do you provide, because they are also entitled to adequate sanitation, each and every citizen in this country. How are you dealing with those issues? Your ordinary people who don't have access to water, there's water shedding, there's insufficient sanitation provision. How do you deal with that on a daily basis? Because I assume these challenges, even if we go to Mohokare now, there would be people who wouldn't have access to water. How do you deal with that? If you can respond to those questions, and then if there's a second round, we'll put questions again.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start with the one of the last question on the access to water. I think what is happening in Mokar is that people who don't have regular access to water, there are those that I've mentioned, that there are projects that are in place to deal with the issue of water in informal settlement. But what we have done, we have put communal taps, and also we are using the resources of the municipality for water tankers, so that on daily basis those people are provided with water. That is how we are dealing with it, whilst we are still implementing the projects to mitigate permanently those issues. But in the meantime, what we are doing, we have put communal taps in those areas so that the community do have access to water.
Just on that one, how many times do the water tankers, how many times a day do the water tankers go to those communities? Or, you know, does it happen less frequently?
Chair, it doesn't happen, it happens more frequently. But we only, those water tankers we use most of the time when there is an issue of the pipe burst or the issue of load shedding where we couldn't pump. We use the water tanker, we collect from other area where there is water and then put it and take it to those informal settlement. But on permanent basis, the communal taps are in place, and then there is water in those communal taps.
All the time? All the time in those taps?
Unless there are circumstances, Chair. I don't want to. Such as when there is a load shedding, and there are some water pipe burst that needs to be fixed within a particular period. In those areas, we use the water tankers that the municipality will use to provide water for those communities. I'll give over to.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. I'll maybe just answer the question on the roads that are in a bad state, which as a municipality we can agree to it. However, as well, we are also trying with the little that we have to try and address the issues of the roads. Now that Chair, there is a mention of the Department of Roads and Police. They are providing assistance in terms of them actually having to do some re-graveling of roads. Extension 6, as an example, in Zastron, which is a newly formed settlement, we have received assistance from the Department of Roads and Police on that, on the re-graveling. But on our major roads, specifically in Zastron, because we've also received a lot of complaints on that road, we are also receiving assistance from the same department. They are having a project. There's a road that is being reconstructed from Zastron to Stegspruit, which is the R26 road. The contractor there has also, the department has indicated that they will be going in and assisting us with the internal streets. The major streets that will be assisting us is Majozi, which is the main street as you enter town. It's in a very, very terrible state. It's a road that the department have pledged to assist us in resurfacing the entire tar, and including Mathay Street as well, which is one of a big main street as well, which is connecting the town to the township. That road will be retarred as well by that contractor, because those roads will be used as bypasses as well while they are still under construction there, Chair. But what we are also doing, Commissioner, is that we are utilizing our MIC funding on each and every financial year, although we are not receiving much, because our municipality on average receives mixed funding of between 20 to 22 million on an annual basis. And in that same allocation, we still need to cater for other services like your water and sanitation that we spoke about. So it becomes a bit of a reprioritization exercise that we need to juggle. But however, in each and every financial year, we are doing roads. For instance, in Smithfield, currently, we have a project that is running with the construction completion date scheduled to be the 17th of March. It is a 1 kilometer paved access road, which we're currently doing there. We've already got a plan as well to do a phase 2 of the same road in the upcoming financial year. Our IDP, if you can look at it, Commissioner, is that in all 3 towns we have plans to upgrade our roads. But what we are doing as an exercise is to target really the roads that have more impact. We're receiving assistance from the Clarip district. There is a program known as the RRAMS, which is the Rural Roads Asset Management System program that we are on. They're assisting us with the analysis and categorizing of our roads so that we just don't construct any roads haphazardly, but we are more strategic when we do that. So that's as far as our plan is in terms of roads. Commissioner, with your permission, if I can move on to the question of the Water Services Development Plan. We do have a plan that's in place, Commissioner. We were assisted by COCTA at the provincial level to develop a WSDP, and which is a plan for a 5-year period. That plan was developed in 2020, and will be expiring next year, 2025. So on an annual basis, we are going back and reviewing that plan. So it is readily available. We do have it in place, Chair, Commissioner. Okay. Through you, Commissioner, we will definitely do so in this session.
Chair, can I also touch on other questions? Another one, it was on the issue of the skills audit. What is the outcome? Based on the analysis that we did immediately after I received the report of the skills audit, it was very clear that most of the positions that are of critical nature, more especially in the technical department, the people who were appointed there, most of them, they don't qualify for those positions. Hence, the results of our blue and green drop, because it is an expectation that in those kind of assets, water infrastructure assets and sanitation infrastructure assets, you place people who qualify for those positions. It was that matter that people were there for the past, let's say 25 years. Our old grandpa and our old brothers were working for the municipality in those years. And immediately when that age comes, when they retire, those posts have not been filled. But what makes one realize is that instead of the municipality advertising and getting the requisite people to be appointed in those positions, they've been putting people to act while the positions they've been budgeted for. But that matter, we have just stopped it now in February to say, no more acting, we rather advertise this post so that they are being filled by competent and qualified officials. Another one, it was that issue of people going out of the municipality who were working for the municipality with that exposure and experience. We have tried so that we deal with the issue of the water challenges that we have, that we'll have some valves that are closed and you don't know how they've been closed, why they've been closed. Some areas, more especially those upper areas, people don't get water. And then what we did immediately, we said, let's rather bring some of those old knowledge that were working on the system infrastructure of the municipality so that they come back and assist the current staff component. But that was a temporary measure while the process of recruitment is going to unfold. The one of the vandalized pump station, that's why the issue of refurbishment or upgrading and also putting new pump stations, it was a matter of concern that most of the infrastructure, it was vandalized because there was no security plan for our water and sanitation infrastructure. We have been advised also by Department of Water and Sanitation so that we come with a corrective measure and plans so that on how are we going to secure our infrastructure, water and sanitation infrastructure. The positions, we know which positions needs to be advertised in terms of security. Usually what we are doing, we are insourcing, we are not appointing a service provider for our security in our infrastructure. That those positions, as per the organogram, they are going to be filled, including those other critical positions that I have mentioned of. I don't know. I've left the statistics ones that Ntate Modise asked about. The people that we are saying they don't have adequate access to water, they are those in the informal settlement that were put there without proper planning. Because usually what happened in this case, people go and occupy sites and development come after, and it's not supposed not to happen like that. The municipality must have a plan about its population, the growth of the population, and what kind of infrastructure is needed so that it put in place so that when they allocate sites to community, already there are infrastructure assets on the ground. Is that planning that you always run after planning instead of planning for the better? But those issues, like I've said, what we are doing, as much as it's out of water, we are putting communal taps. We are also, like in Ruvel, there is an area where there's still a bucket system of about 30 to 40 people that are still using bucket system in that informal settlement. But that informal settlement is also being formalized. That's why we have brought in Cogta Human Settlement. They've set their allocation, they've approved, they have appointed even a service provider to go and implement. We know it's hazardous and it's unconstitutional for one to use a bucket system. But the municipality in the current situation, because we allowed the people to occupy sites before they can be serviced accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, there's a follow-up question from Mr. Modise, Mr. Mpore, and Mr. Orojeni.
Sorry, Chair, there was a vacancy rate.
Oh.
Okay. In the technical, we're about 43% vacancy rate in the technical service department.
43.
43%.
Thank you, Commissioner. Acting MM, if I understand you correctly, we just want to have, an understanding, so that when we live here, we are, in a position to really understand what is going on at the municipalities. And for people who are not here, who are live streaming in Zastron, they'll be able to, follow these questions, because if they were here, they would ask these questions. What I want to understand from you, I see 6,829 households. What I wanted to really establish from you, these are houses which water has been provided. In other words, they receive piped water. They can really open a tap in their own houses and get this water. Do we understand you to be saying these are people who are paying for this water? And secondly, you also said, the rest of this, 14,691, these are people from informal settlements. In other words, these are people who are not paying for this water. Now, when will the municipality, stop depending on grants? What plan do you have in place to really move, from grant? Because as circumstance, as status is now, more money it is spent on water, and we understand people need water in these informal settlements, but we just want to understand, is there a plan in place from municipality, to start generating income, if it is possible, to move away from depending, from these grants? Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mpore?
Thank you, Commissioner. Your municipality is one of the 11 dysfunctional municipalities. In terms of the Blue Drop report, your water is cited as below the minimum standard. What are you doing to address these two critical issues? You have also said that your funds are kept at the district municipality. How much do you owe to the water boards and ESCOM? You also mentioned that you utilize water tankering. Is it insourced or outsourced? Do you pay for these services, or what is the situation there? Thank you.
My follow-up question, you spoke briefly about bucket toilets, but according to your own submission, there are about 1,000 approximately households that do not have flushing toilets. They have pit latrines or bucket systems. Do you have an eradication plan in place for that? And then also, I think there was one question that you forgot to respond to, and that is, you know, you spoke earlier of a lot of projects the municipality is now undertaking, and I'd like to know what percentage of those projects have you outsourced, and how many are you doing yourselves as a municipality, or through the district, or through COGTA, or any government departments? Thank you.
Thank you. Just some clarity on the informal settlements. Acting MM, you earlier said that no services are provided on the informal settlements where there was no planning. Is that correct?
Chair, I was saying in those informal settlements is where the water and sanitation issue is a challenge, but because there are projects that are underway that are implemented to address that.
The communal taps that you referred to earlier, are they located on
those informal
settlements?
Yes. And the issue of electrification is currently happening in those because they've been formalized now.
Okay. Yes. And there's sporadic water provision to those informal settlements because of load shedding, and if that happens, you provide water by means of water tankers.
Water tankers, yes.
Okay. You can respond to the question.
All right, thanks. In terms of we implement water on our own as the municipality. We don't use a water board. We don't owe any water board. In terms of electricity, we don't owe ESCOM. Our electricity was done through Centlec as our service provider. We don't owe ESCOM, and we don't plan to owe it. In terms of the projects that we are implementing of infrastructure, because of the capacity constraints that we are having in the technical service, those projects are being outsourced. We appoint civil engineers, consultants, and also they do all the procurement through SEM processes. Yes. You can.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. What maybe I must just indicate is that the funding that we are receiving for implementation of capital projects, it's the MIG funding, which is from COGTA, WSIG, RBIC, which is from DWS, and we also receive INEP funding from the Department of Energy, Mineral Resources and Energy. The only unique grant here where we are not implementing agents as the municipality is on the INEP funding. It is an allocation of 23 million for electrification of households, upgrading of bulk electricity infrastructure, and that is done by the district. They are taking care of issues of procurement and everything. The municipality is a beneficiary on that. And then on MIG, WSIG and RPIC, the municipality are implementing agents there, so we are in control of the implementation of the projects on those. So if you can just look at it in terms of the funding allocations, because on MIG we're receiving 19.7 million this year, on WSIG is 20 million, and on RBIC it's 8. INEP is the higher one, which is a 23 million. So on percentage-wise, you are then looking at about 35 to 40%, which is implemented by the district and not by the municipality on capital grants. I I think this one's has.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of the revenue, because Ntate Modise was indicating that as the municipality, definitely is true that we cannot depend on grants for the survival of that municipality. In terms of our collection rate, we are sitting at around 19% out of the services that we are giving to our community. That indicate that our enhancement strategy, revenue enhancement strategy needs to be strengthened. One of the issues that we have indicated is that going forward, we are taking over our electricity function, and we believe through that process, our revenue in terms of percentage and collection will improve because we are going to also try by all means to collect areas through the service of electricity for those area services. Also, we are going to be converting all conventional meters that are of government because we do believe that there is money that is being owed to us by the departments who are residing in our location, so that we are able to collect that money because now electricity will be fully in our midst, in our grasp, we'll be able to switch off if we have to switch off, so that those payments are coming forth for the municipality, so that we are not dependent on grants. But in terms of the collection rate, most of our people, like I've indicated, they are indigent, but we are also indicating that we are also going to implement our traffic management. We did implement it before I arrived. It was happening. It was generating revenue for the municipality, because that process then stalled immediately after this administrative instability. Therefore, the service provider that was doing that on behalf of the municipality, his contract ended, and then there were no processes of your bid adjudication and evaluation to finalize the appointment of a new service provider for traffic management, so that as part of the source of collection in the municipality.
Another response.
Just a last one,
That's
Commission. It's on the blue drop score, which is quite low. We have received a report as published in December. The municipality since then has also drafted a correction active plan on that blue drop score as to how we want to resolve the status as a municipality. But what we would also like to bring to your attention is that the issue or the business of water, water supply, is a function really that includes or incorporates a lot of functions into it. Technically speaking, yes, we've got the plans, as I've indicated, in terms of upgrading of the water treatment works, phase 2 in Zastron, completion of the water treatment works in Ruvel, and as well the bulk water supply in Smithfield that is an approved project. But over and above that, there's also other institutional arrangements or matters that the municipality needs to address, because you get scored on that part alone, but you also get scored on your management issues. The high vacancy rate in senior management has an impact on that. There's HR matters that needs to also be looked at. The revenue enhancement strategy that is also now there, which needs to be implemented for us to eventually be able to provide proper maintenance, which is also another scoring or criteria that the municipality has been failing dismally to live up to, because it has been due to the current challenges which we are trying to move away from by what the municipal manager has indicated. One example is the function of electricity, us having to do it internally. The intention there is to get more revenue and for us to be able to have plans in place, which is good and fair for compliance, but not only to have plans, but also to have the budget behind it, to fund it through revenue, to do maintenance that is actually preventative. Because right now it is more of a reactive maintenance that we need to move away from, and we're trying to get away from that with all these interventions that the municipal manager has indicated. So yes, there is a plan in place, but it will take us a bit of time realistically to also be on par with all the other issues as well, that, take place when the audits are done. In terms of bucket eradication, maybe what I can indicate to the Commission is that there's an issue of access to water supply, which we are saying as a municipality, in our formalized areas, where there is stands and when there's people occupying, there is access to there is access of water. But we are not able to provide reliable water supply. I think that is where the confusion or how we must look at it. Yes, there is informal settlements, which is the over 1,000, which is now settlements that which have been recently made formal. There is a contractor, as indicated, in place in order to deal with issues of sanitation and water. So it's both services. Now that will assist us to eradicate the bucket that we are having there. Chair.
Okay, one more question, Mr. Modise.
Thank you, Commissioner. Your report says sewage works are completely dysfunctional in Zastron. And obviously, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, if you want to, and I'll take it that there are informal settlements in Zastron. So provision of, that type of service, of flushing water, sanitation, in formal settlements would be rather a far-fetched, plan rather than, dealing with issues of fixing these dysfunctional wastewater treatment works, which should be providing already houses where there is a system. I don't know if you understand me. So I'm battling to understand, timelines as to when would that happen. If this is the picture that we get, that, and I'm not sure into, because you mentioned Zastron, I'm not sure into other, towns, your Riffenkhotso, and is it Matlakeng, and all those places. That infrastructure on its own, putting wastewater treatment works, which, in terms of engineering processes, should be the starting point, working towards those houses, and installing those houses rather than putting, your flushing toilets and all those without, the wastewater treatment works. I'm not an engineer, but I'm just trying to get the logic around that. And secondly, I see also in your report you're saying you are sourcing out, your yellow fleet, for refuse removal. Does the municipality have plans in, in future to really have their own, yellow fleet for removal of refuse around these areas? Thank you, Commissioner.
You may respond.
Through you, Commissioner, thank you once again. Maybe can I please start with the last question, or in terms of outsourcing of the yellow fleet? It has been a challenge. Indeed, the municipality, however, now have registered a project under MIC, which is funding from COGTA. We have received approval for purchasing of specialized vehicle. That is the name of the project. It's a Zastro Matlakeng specialized vehicle for solid waste management, whereby we'll be procuring a compactor truck, and we'll also be procuring a TLB to do some work on our landfill site, just to attend to environmental related hazards on that. So we are hoping with that project we'll be putting an end to the sourcing of yellow feed for such work. And then coming to the Zastron wastewater treatment works, indeed, Commissioner, I think we are right. Your team is quite right by saying that the first step should be to upgrade the wastewater treatment works, which was done, and it was completed in 2013. Now, the next step following that was to upgrade the outfall sewer line that will be feeding into this wastewater, and obviously now going into the communities themselves, the reticulation. But the situation has been quite bad in terms of vandalism that during the implementation now of this outfall sewer that we're doing now in Zastron, during that short space of time, we then experienced vandalism on our wastewater treatment works, which of course affected a lot of our planning because now it made it quite difficult for us to start planning for any additional households that need to be now added into the already under pressure infrastructure. So it is because of that reason, because like we've indicated, there is a contractor appointed by the Department of Human Settlements for Water and Sanitation. We then as a municipality went the route of utilizing 10% of our MIC allocation. That is the intention. We are still currently under project registration as we speak. But that project has already been passed by council, and the implementation thereof will be in July to go back and to refurbish. Although it's not a good practice here because, like I've indicated, we had completed and upgraded the project in 2013. And we are only 9 years down the line and we're going back to do refurbishment work. But now, what we'll also be looking at as well is not to only go into projects, implement and go. We need to, at the same time, we are trying to look at our past experiences and try to take lessons from that. There is an issue as well, challenge of the securities that the municipal manager is currently looking at to ensure that we've got that in place. But over and above that, we also now go in the route of trying to install solar panels and CCTV cameras on that. All of that is part of the new strategy that we want to now to do in that facility so that we don't experience the same challenge of vandalism. Yeah.
All right. Are we done? Any other questions? Yes, Naledi.
Hi, Acting MM. I have a question about for how long have you been acting? One of the things that you both spoke about in terms of service delivery in your municipality has been the vacuum in terms of management. So I would like to hear about how long has this been a problem in the municipality and what would be the source of that problem? You indicated that the current permanent MM and the CFO are on suspension, and I wonder, were the posts vacant before COCTA deployed you to the municipality, or what has been what has been the management situation in the municipality? Thank you.
You may respond. Yeah. Okay. Ask the question so that the MM can respond to both questions.
Thank you. I promise this is the last question from me. You spoke about shading schedule. So the question is, do people have the shading schedule for water in the municipality? That goes for also the water cuts. If you are implementing water cuts, do you let people know in advance that there will be a water cut? And also, what has been your unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the last financial year? Thank you.
Okay, now you may respond.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I was seconded in December 2023 by COCTA. By then, the municipal manager was suspended in November. The CFO has been suspended for a period of over a year. The case of the CFO, the council have mandated me to go and deal with it. I think by next week, it will have been done. He's ready for settlement. His contract is ending in May. He is ready for settlement. That matter should have been dealt with because he was suspended around 2022. It was supposed to be dealt with latest last year. The municipal manager's case, the investigation has been done. Independent investigator was appointed immediately after I assumed the responsibility. His case was sitting last week, and then they requested postponement. We are anticipating that we'll complete the case within the time frame of 90 days as per the regulation. I'll be acting there in terms of the appointment that I've received from COGTA, either when the post is advertised and filled, or either if the municipal manager comes back and win the case, between the two. But I'll prefer if the matter can be speed up so quickly so that there is stability there. Therefore, the issue of the CFO also, it will be advertised very soon. Probably we're supposed to have finished everything last week, but because he did get a bereavement in his family, we couldn't finalize the matter between me and him. The issue of the water shedding.
Thank you, Commissioner. What we're doing as water shedding, where we have formalized it, it's only in Ruvel. In the other towns, we do not have planned water shedding, unless there is, the only time we're not distributing water sufficient is when there is issues of maintenance or load shedding, which is really taking its toll on our infrastructure. But it's only in Ruvel, and in Ruvel, we have formalized it. But like I indicated earlier, it is not a nice thing to formalize, because we're not even supposed to be talking that language of load shedding. So we just have those projects in place to just do away with that water shedding.
Thanks. Ntate Mpore o na butse ka the UIF issue. To be honest with the commission, that municipality is in a dire state in terms of the financial management. That's why maybe the issue of the suspended CFO, because the municipality has not have been for the previous years getting qualified audit opinion. That will suggest that the Auditor General was not happy about the books of the municipality, and we are anticipating, even during the process of the audit for the last financial year, there were unrest in the municipality to an extent that the Auditor General's team have to leave the site. They only came back on site now in January to complete and finalize the audit of the municipality. Looking at what I've seen since being there for the past 2 months, so things are not getting better, because unfortunately one cannot change what has been done wrong in the past year, because audits don't start when the Auditor General they are in-house, but it starts before that process, when you do your procurement or anything that you do during that financial year, it's either on performance or otherwise. But I'm anticipating something that is not okay. I've met with the Auditor General. They've presented what they've uncovered. That they order talked about those material irregularities, of which AGF indicated to me what are those that needs to be taken to other arms of government for further investigations. And if needs be, I spoke with the mayor. If SIU needs to come in, it has to come in, so that it recover the money that has been misused. I think I will just take it up to there, that temple. Yes, I am. Okay.
All right, Acting MM and the project manager, thank you very much for your time and driving to Bloemfontein to appear before this inquiry. Let me indicate, having listened to the challenges in Ruvel, I think my very good friend who I worked with for a very long time, who was also the first mayor of Ruvel in the democratic South Africa, German Ramatibani, must be extremely disappointed. You know, seeing what is happening in his town, I know he's still residing there. So, yes, acting MM, you were assigned this responsibility in December last year, but the department obviously had a lot of trust in you to assign you for this responsibility. And you must remember that this testimony of yours is now in the public domain. It has been streamed live. And after this inquiry, the commission will sit down, the panel will sit down, and we will make specific findings and recommendations, and we'll give you an opportunity also to respond. But we cannot continue like this in the Free State. We cannot continue like this. I'm a proud Free Stater. I was born here, raised, went to school, varsity. I've worked here my whole life. And to listen to a presentation from the Auditor General referring to so many dysfunctional municipalities in the Free State, almost half of them being dysfunctional, we just cannot continue like that. And the Human Rights Commission, the Free State Office in particular, under the leadership of this young lady sitting next to me, who's responsible for monitoring, will follow up on the implementation of our recommendations on a regular basis. But the message I'm going to, Mr. Mokomela is sitting there, I'm going to tell him the same story because he only started as MM today. We cannot continue like this. People need to have access to adequate water, to sanitation, proper service delivery. It is just not acceptable. And I have a lot of trust in you because I've also known you for a while. I have a lot of trust in you. Please turn that municipality around. We just cannot continue. I know there are challenges of funding and everything that goes along with local government. I also worked in local government for 18 years. But do what you said you were going to do. You referred to all those projects and you gave us timelines and so on. But the community cannot continue to suffer the way they've been suffering. Honestly. Thank you once again for coming. Are you driving back this afternoon? Drive safely on those terrible roads that Ms. Morojela has referred to. And we'll chat after we have finalized the recommendations and the findings and so on. Thank you once again. You are released. Mr. Mokomela, apparently you want to address the commission. The newly appointed the freshest acting municipal manager in the Free State. Right, Mr. Mokomela, just for the record, state your full names.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Full names, Buitumelo Christopher Mokomela.
All right, and we normally ask the persons leading evidence or providing evidence just to indicate whether they will be taking the oath of or affirmation. What will you be taking?
I prefer the oath.
The oath, all right. So just raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right, Mr. Mokomela, I had telephone discussions with your mayor, I think last week, Wednesday, also on Friday, I think, yes. And even this morning or this afternoon when she informed me that you went to the wrong venue. Yeah, she indicated a few concerns. She indicated that you would only be starting today as the acting municipal manager. I assume you were also seconded by Gokta. So do you want to address the commission on your readiness to present a report?
Thank you very much, commissioners. I don't think I am ready to present any report. An overview, yes, but a report, as expected, will not be able to, because I only started today, despite the fact that I also was there for 3 months, October, November, December, up until the new MM was appointed. So, an overview, yes, but a detailed report, not yet ready, commissioners. Thank you.
Okay. When will it be possible for you to provide us with a report as requested in the notice? Just remember that this inquiry is scheduled from today, the 25th, until the 28th. So would you be ready with a report by Thursday?
Honorable commissioners, I would not be ready, given the fact that we are preparing a draft budget for 2024-2025 to be tabled to council on Thursday. That's the challenge I'm having for now. I'm not sure what means can I make to ensure that I give a report. I thought I'll say Wednesday, but I'm afraid to fail on the deadline.
Well, let us put you on the spot and say Wednesday. Because otherwise we will have to, reschedule only yours, and there's a lot of resources, a lot of people who came down from Joburg and other places. So it will be a huge inconvenience to reschedule this inquiry for later. So I would request that so the budget meeting is on Thursday, you say? All right, can we then schedule you for Wednesday, late afternoon?
I'll take the challenge as it is, commissioners.
All right.
Yes.
All right. So when will you be able to provide us with something in writing? Will it only be on Wednesday afternoon?
Let me take the challenge of giving it probably a draft on Wednesday morning.
All right?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, if I can just get guidance from the Secretariat, and I'm looking there at Peacemore, what would be an appropriate time for Litsemeng to then appear before the inquiry? In the late afternoon? Time, more or less? In the very late afternoon. Okay, it will be before sunset. Will that help you?
It will assist commissioners.
All right, let me just check with the panel. Are you comfortable with that arrangement? You comfortable, Mr. Modise? All right. So if you can provide us with something in writing, Mr. Mokomela, you have Mr. Modise's email details. I did see the email correspondence between the two of you, so that we can have time during the lunch break or so just to go through your report. And then we will allow you late in the afternoon on Wednesday just to make that presentation.
Okay, Commissioner. Thanks.
All right. Mr. Mokomela, thank you so much. We had the telephone conversation on Friday afternoon, and I must thank you for your willingness and also understanding to cooperate with the South African Human Rights Commission. Please also pass my gratitude to the mayor, who has been very helpful and who has been calling me regularly to find out whether you've arrived and so on. So let us see if we can assist to fix things in Letsemeng, because you'll be the first to acknowledge that things are not well there. Cannot run a municipality, cannot serve people without an MM, without a CFO, without managers. It's just mind-blowing. On that note, you are released, and see you on Wednesday afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mokomela.
My pleasure.
Yes. Okay, I'll ask you just to. All right. I'm advised that we should list for record purposes the submissions that we've received today. So I'm going to request Mr. Modise, just for record purposes, to indicate those reports.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will be giving out the report, and therefore our evidence or portfolio of evidence should be, listed. And from what we have seen, AG has provided first bundle, which will be recorded, Commissioner, as we'll call it bundle 1, and then we'll go to DWS. We will record it as bundle 2, and then Mohokare submission will be noted as bundle 3. We're doing this so that we should be in a position to follow up on evidence as it's presented and for record purposes. Thank you, Commissioner.
That is recorded. All right, ladies and to the panel members, Mr. Mpore, Naledi, Mr. Modise, thank you for your availability. To the support staff, especially Peacemore, Mpo, thank you so much for the behind the scenes work today and even over the weekend, and then also the Free State office who are also in attendance. Thank you. We will be reconvening, is it at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? And we will then deal with the municipalities as per the program. Thank you once again. This inquiry is then adjourned.